What up? Oh, gotta clear the throat a little bit. What's poppin', gang? The Zelda music was just playing when I opened the computer, so I kept it playing. What's going on, gang? I'm still tinkering. I'm tinkering. Alright, let's stop that. Uh, what up, y'all? We already got some type speculation going on. So I'm planning on doing the type session finally with Eric, technically now tonight at 9. Yeah, 9. 9 my time, 6 his time. Um, so it's kind of dark. Um, right now, but I don't know. Got the brightness up and everything. What's up, homies and homiettes? Um, Good to see you, Ruben, Boba Fett, Kami9. What up? It's been a minute. Um, Bobby, what's up, man? Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. I gotta see. This is irritating because I'm already I'm already low battery, and I have to charge this. But the um OBS is looking nice. We got like a nice crisp layout right now. There's some updates. I haven't done a legit stream. I did the phone stream in what? Mm, February or March. And then I but it's not a real Chill Island brand. It wasn't on brand. So this is the first Chill Island stream in like since like last October. I was actually rewatching some stuff. Um a little bit. It's too much to like go through, but the stuff that I mostly look to is anytime I do any kind of music stuff, and then like last time I was just kind of seeing how the conversation went and things like that. Um right. So without I know, so the thing about the type situation is like that's Julia Holter, by the way. These are the two images I had last time, and now we get some new Northern Lights footage. How you like that? From Jonna Jinton. Hold on. Wait. Yeah. So don't get nailed on the credit for that. I mean, I mention it just because it's this is the cool name. Or Yana, I don't know. Yes, Julia Holter is back. She's here. Can you believe it? She was nice enough to stop by this little old stream. Yeah, and that's a picture. I don't know if John Mouse actually drew it, but it's like of a church. Beautiful. Uh so right, the type thing. It's just ridiculous, you know? Like I mean, I was thinking about it. Okay, this is what I kind of feel like. So, I think that I feel like an INFP, which is fitting. But when I'm on stream and I'm like talking to people and things like that, I think I have a way of being like an ENTP, which is weird, I guess, but um I think that like I think that I have a feeling that Eric is gonna still type me ENTP. Yes, Kami, it is addendum. It's a different version of the same thing. He's used this image for like a while, a similar image, but this looks like a painting I think that he made, and it's pretty nice. It's pretty good. But okay, so like, all right, well, listen, let's talk about this a little bit, okay? I don't want to. you know, we want to save it, right, for the session, but um and Lord knows this has been talked to death a little bit. But right, so it's like I feel like an INFP, but I think that I have a way of like acting like an ENTP, like my humor, and I'm not very like I mean, if a thing is not like personal and like whatever to me, I can be a little I don't know, bold or something. But like I, I try not to be offensive, but if I you know how it is. You know how I can be on here sometimes. Like I'm opinionated and I don't have the same demure, like I'm not, the word demure comes to mind. I feel like I'm, which is good, right? Like I mean, I'm not super demure like a typical INFP. Okay, but the ENTP thing, right? My humor, the way I interact, I feel like is a bit ENTP. Now, I feel as though on a daily basis, it is true that I kind of behave and even have some of the same values as like an ISTJ. But it's true that like that only makes sense really functionally, not so much archetypally. If it did, I mean, put it this way, I would be happy to be being an ISTJ would be what would be really wonderful in terms of functioning in life. Uh, I will admit though, right? Obviously, it's not super glamorous, and it's you don't really think of them as being very creative, which would is kind of a hit to the ego, right? But whatever, right? You want to not be too caught up in the ego ever, you know? Look at that beautiful shot. But anyway, you get the idea. And then when it comes to ENFP, I just think of ENFP, yeah, as being like me at my most like productive and positive, you know? So like growing up as a kid, I was very yeah, he's not going to tie me ISTJ. This I already know. I've thought through it already. He's not going to anyway, whatever. It's just going to be fun. It's going to be interesting because he has his feelings about type like he's probably not even going to type me INFP either, you know. Um and at this point I'm not even like whatever. I I I almost start to feel like my taste more than anything is like INFP, maybe more than I actually am. You know what I mean? Like artistically and all of that. I'm just going to be straight up 100, on this. Like cuz believe me, I'm in the interest of being real. Like I don't want to, you know, whatever, right? Anyway, I'm not really invested a little debrief. It has been a while. I thought I was an ENFP for like years. And I knew that there were things about it that didn't really make sense. Like, I mean, I don't think that you need to be very adventurous or anything like that to be an NE Dom. But yeah, Kami's like, your taste level is straight up Enneagram 4. Well, I have the 4 in there, I think. Um Again, you guys got to stop me if I, am saying stuff you guys have heard already, but um my whole kind of journey, like it started, I actually went on the TWFP whereby a while back. You guys probably know this, but like I thought that I was a 4 straight up. But the thing was I didn't really have the same like brokenness as the I know, right? He's totally going to tie me ENTP cuz here's what's going to happen, right? Assuming things go well. I'll probably do it in a little bit of a brighter setting. I might well, I'll probably at least turn the lights on or so try to be a little more presentable or something. Um, okay, so I thought I was a 4 straight up, just based on like my values. But then people like resoundingly were like, "Nah, man, you're a 9 like straight up, like 100." And then I looked into the 9, and to be honest, I was like pretty upset by it, But after a while I started realizing, you know what? No, like I like this. This does make sense. And I think the 4 is just in there. In fact, one guy who was like notoriously like Mr. Enneagram guy, he wouldn't even accept that I was a 4, but then for whatever reason, once I got on camera one time, he was like, "Oh, I see how you kind of are leaning into that 4 energy." And I'm like, "What's that supposed to mean, right?" Probably I look like a mess. I look like a freaking mess. But anyway, right. I didn't have the same I think I already said this, but the same like brokenness, the same like wounded whatever kind of projecting that onto the world, the like I'm in pain kind of thing. Cuz it's true, I don't want to be like that. And I also don't have, God forbid, right? A lot of horrible trauma and pain to like speak of. I think it's 4 second slot too. Thank you, Kami. That's like an astute judgment. I think I used to think 947, and I love that combination, but I might be more of a 946. I just like the number 7 better. I'm probably a 6 wing 7 if I'm being realistic. Um so like long story short, I was all up on that vibe. ENFP, no one really had anything to say about it other than they were like, "Well, I can follow what he says," things like that, which again is good. Like great cuz I like to, I sort of fancy myself to be like a good communicator. So, other than when I get a little crazy or what getting whatever overly wound up, yeah, I should be easier to follow. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Hey, what's up, Lou? I'm uh it's funny that you say you apparently cried. Are you not sure? I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit this, but it actually did make me very emotional because I felt like it's you got to remember though this it had to do with my like perception of myself, or sorry, my perception of the type. Like I felt like I was reading about hollow this like hollow like non-person, who like narcotizes themselves out of you know what I mean, feeling whatever feeling feelings or something like this numb, like a numb kind of person. And I was like, holy crap, like is this how I'm coming off? So like yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of made me emotional. Not no anyway, right. um like yo, check this out. Hold on. You can't even. Oh, you can see. I'm drinking this True North pure energy seltzer. My mom actually was nice enough to grab this when she found it because it has to do with stuff I've been talking about, mostly with kind of religion and the Christianity stuff and everything. Saying like it's this just my true north and all of that. So sweet. She's like an ESFJ, so she like saw it. It was only at the dollar store, and this is good stuff. The seltzer revolution is here. You know, they got weed seltzers too. Anyway, let me just kind of finish what I'm saying here. So like, because it's just so much, and I just want to get out of the way. So like, so yeah, I learned about the 9. I felt a little yeah, exposed. A little bit. I was kind of like, oh shit, right? This is what I am or what I seem like, right? And I mean, it was like everyone thought that, right? It wasn't just like, I don't know, he could be. It was like 10 people all just being like, you are Mr. 9. And I was like reading about them, right? That they're like passive. And anyway, let me just explain though that they are like, they're the closest to a 10. Think about that, right? So like they're almost perfect, but they fall short of perfection just like anybody, just like any person. They just they are trying to be chill island, right? And you can't always be chill island. That's a harsh truth, right? Even for me to say, especially on the stream. I don't even know if I should. I might want to disavow that statement. But you know what I mean. There's a time and a place. You have to. Sometimes you have to come to the chill island. Sometimes you have to postpone your chill island time, right? You can't always be Mr. or Mrs. Chill Island, or you'll wind up chilling yourself to sleep, right? That's the thing. The nine they fall asleep to their problems and things like that. Anyway, so I was like, I felt freaking, yeah, like exposed. So that was something. But then I figured, well, okay, whatever. 946, 947, 946, whatever. Every now and then I was like, all right, well, I'm definitely not mostly getting exposed to the school of Eric, right? And just understanding what ENFPs are really like. Cuz like I was very satisfied with with the label at first, you know? I could recognize though that I wasn't like this super fun, let alone adventurous type of like person, but that I could very much resonate with like the archetype, especially as a kid and like growing up. But I started realizing, especially, and I know this is so like typical, right? But with in 2020 or so, well, at the end of around 2019, there were like one or two people on that whereby who knew me pretty well, who actually finally posed the idea. They were like, you know what? I actually think he's an INFP, but probably the NE subtype, which is basically ENFP. And I was like, that's interesting. Um, I just always thought the INFP was like actually too depressed or something, even for me. Like just again, just very right, like just super wounded, like to an extent that I didn't know if. Plus, I'm just so talkative and all of that shit. If once you get me started, that is right. But you know the drill. So, but it actually started to make a lot more sense, right? So in 2020, right, the pandemic, whatever. I probably am an INFP, and then Polar SE made a lot of sense, you know, blah blah blah. Having like access to the TI, like for a while, I was like, fuck Polar TI, like TI isn't even real. But then I realized like, nah, it's actually just that you probably aren't Polar TI, you know. Um, I was always be, you know, TI supremacy, you know. It's so lame. They think they've got the, you know, objective logic, and it's like I've actually done some more learning even recently. I've been into this stuff for like years now, right? But to this day, I'm still learning. And I realized, okay, I get it a little bit better now. The kind of conditional logic. Hey, just in time, Lino, what's going on, man? The king is back. I appreciate that. Boy, man, I've had to again. I still gotta get Discord up and running again. I got the app the other day and like my shit keeps crashing, but I'm trying to hop on there. I was actually there's this chick who streams sometimes too, and I was like, oh, I gotta get on there. I gotta start being social again. You know what I mean? But the stream helps too, right? Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. Um, right. So I mentioned you though because you and some other people kind of helped me to think like, all right, so like what TI actually is. It is just operating from principles and a conditional logic kind of thing. And I have, which I understood, but I just didn't. You got to not think of it as being like objective logic, right? You got to think of it more as being just like a, I guess pure logic would be a good term, right? So, anyway, having access to that though, right? So I think I just have access to that, which would be INFP. However, I think the way I come across, especially with Eric, and because we do get along very well, is much more like ENTP, and and yes, in terms of like daily life, there's a very kind of ISTJ-ish kind of way about me, I guess, you know? Maybe ISFJ. It just starts getting ridiculous, though, right? Maybe INFJ, maybe INTJ. It's like, nah, man, come on. But if I was going to guess, so for anyone who's just joining, like, so I'm planning on, or well, I shouldn't say planning, right? I'm going to do a typing session with Eric tonight. I'm going to finally do it. It's long overdue. As Mac Daddy also says, long overdue. I don't know if you're talking about the type or if you're talking about the video, the stream right now, but man, it is long overdue. And I'm gonna be real, like, oh yeah, no, we'll be doing the regular type of thing. It's not gonna be live. It'll be like a premiere. God, it's so dark down here. It's crazy. I gotta at least like turn up the brightness on the TV here. Bruh, I don't even know where. Start doing my shining the flashlight around. Oh, okay, no, it's right here. Holla. I'm gonna at least do this because I don't like turning on the lights. It's actually then too bright. Oh man. Oh man. All right, that's better. That's definitely. Ooh. All right, that's better. This is I really should have given this a little more of a charge. Oh yeah, no, I won't spoil it. That's gonna be part of the fun, of course, right? I really hope that it gets put up this weekend. I'm gonna do it tonight at like 9. He's got me scheduled in for 9, and it's nice of him. He's gonna just do it for free, so if it's published, which I'll publish it, you know. I don't know, as long as it doesn't go horribly wrong, right? Which, of course... Oh, so that gets at what I was going to say, by the way. I also do want to be clear. I like the idea that I'm trying to be, like, mysterious and elusive. Definitely, right? You know what? You guys know I love it. But the truth is honestly, I'm actually just a little bit nervous. You know what I mean? I don't want to misrepresent myself or whatever, you know? To be honest, I think mostly I don't want to have my like idea of myself be too challenged, right? Like, you know, but what's the reality of the situation, right? Like he's going to type me you know, ENTJ or ISTP or something, like probably not, right? And when it comes down to it, it's like, bro, like why am I can be such a hypocrite. Like I'll be the first person to say, guys, it's you don't even do the type. It doesn't matter, you know. But then I'll be like freaking worked up, like, well, this is what it seems like that I do, and if I seem like that I'm not like that, then there's something wrong. Like freaking out. It's so dumb though, right? I mean, look, you got 16 types. It's true what I say. 16 types, choose one, and if it doesn't whatever gel with your perception, like, I mean, it's just like whatever, you know. It's like I gotta just be more chill, you know. But no, Bobby, don't say that. It's always gonna be mysterious. No one knows the real me. No, I'm joking. You guys literally do know the real me pretty much. Uh-oh, look, it's Jonna Jinton. She's showing up. Hold on. Get out of here, Jonna. I'm just stealing your video. Don't show your face. Sorry, Jonna Jinton just showed up. God, now I gotta... Alright. I guess I'll just sort of do this. Wait. Check it out. Hee hee. Let's rap. So, like, how are we feeling today? All right, this is way better, to be honest. To be 100. Um, I feel like I'm missing some stuff in the chat. So, right. So, let's bring it to right, modern day, right? Modern day type, right. There's been speculation all across the board, I think especially since I started streaming. But it is true on the Discord and whatnot. I got people to pretty much think I'm people who are close to me and all of that, and people who know me like from the Discord and stuff do seem to get the INFP vibe. They seem to catch the vibe. What am I thinking of? Catch the fever, right? um, but no, it's true. I don't. It could be any tool, but I mean, well, you guys know my whole thing. When you compare me to like Duels or something, right? I mean, he's like a straight up mystic compared to me, right? Like, I mean, he should be hosting Chill Island. You know what I mean? Because like I'm not nearly as chill as I would like to be. You really had it makes you wonder, right? It's like, but no, it's very interesting, the ISTJ thing, because functionally it makes some sense, but then archetypally it makes like no sense. Um, but don't get me. I just wonder what's aspirational and what's not. I mean, don't even get me started. But you know what I mean. The only thing that was so disconcerting about the ISTJ thing was like, so you mean to tell me I'm good at the shit that I thought I was bad at? Like, has my focus been wrong? That whole thing. Also, polar FE doesn't really make sense. To be honest with you guys, though, there isn't really a polar. Like, I don't think I'm polar FI either. But anyway, let's try to save some of the fun for, the typing session. But yeah, that's interesting, Mac Daddy. I mean, it's like I don't even know, like the main reasons that I even get to thinking that way about myself is like I seem to get the vibe or whatever with INFPs, especially in art and stuff, and maybe they're a little over overhyped and overtyped, but certainly overtyped. Well, and overhyped if we're being honest, right? But it's also just a proclivity to know my own preferences, like generally speaking, but even then it's a lot like freaking just art stuff or whatever. I mean, and it could even just be SI shit, like it's not even FI. That's the thing. There's such stark contrasts, right? Like if I start getting to say, well, I'm FI Dom, it's like, well, that's quite a, statement, right? I mean, there's always going to be something off, right? With one of them for me, I guess, right? But no, just ISTJ in the sense of like I don't think of myself as having good SI necessarily, but well, I do have good memory and things like that. But in terms of like um routine and like physical well-being or something, I think of my SI and my SE as being pretty bad. But then realistically though, I actually do spend a lot of time like focusing on them, or SI at least, and I do know it pretty well. So I just think of it as being like third or fourth slot. But honestly, it could be anything at this point. I mean, there are some that I definitely don't think that I am, but yeah, I don't know. What do you mean though about Bobby? Gotta catch them all. Vibes, not infections. Yeah, it's from Ruben there. Hello, Rachel. Thank you for being here. Did I miss anyone else new in the chat? Okay, well, that's good to know, Winston's mom. Yeah, I mean, I'll hopefully not. Yeah, I don't want to disappoint, and I'll probably publish. I don't know what would happen though, right? I'm just like, no, 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 wait, stop! I like freak out. That's like the kind of thing that would make me nervous, but that wouldn't. Just like fuck that, you know. Um, but yeah, it'll be a premiere. It's gonna be pretty awesome. But the thing about like right though, Polar Fi though is also kind of extreme, you know? Like that and also yeah, Ruben, it's like you attend to it, you're paying attention to SI matters, right? It's like I'm definitely paying attention to it whether I want to or not, you know? I mean, that's the straight up thing. Popping off, right? I mean, 100% is just not SI polar unless mine is just popping off with how severe it is. Right, right. Almost wish I was SI polar. Although I obviously that has its drawbacks too. But nah, I'm way too like aware of that shit. Um, for better or worse, right? Um, Mr. Bobby's he's every type. He's omni type like me. It's gonna be really interesting. It'll be really funny to see if I actually am able to stump Eric. I should probably not, but I don't know. I'm really gonna try to not think about anything. You know what I mean? Like, because I've seen so many of these videos, and I've seen like I know what the questions are gonna be, like what each question is gonna correspond to. But I'm just gonna try to freaking like empty my head, you know, and just do it and just see what happens. Oh man, yo, this True North though, sponsored by True North Pure Energy Seltzer. Oh man, that pure energy is coursing through my veins. So sexy. Yeah, and you know, I know it's like I know. I think I am very much in touch with my FI. That's why it's gonna be weird, man. Watch, I'm gonna wind up. He's gonna be left. There's like also a chance he's gonna type me ISFJ or like I even maybe INFJ, but I don't know. Then it just starts getting wild, you know. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I don't know. At this point, I'm honestly down for whatever. If like the only ways I would be super surprised would be if I came away with like a freaking STP or like SFP typing, or even like an NTJ typing. Like those are like low on the list. I would also be probably a little bit surprised and if I was like ESFJ or something, that would be a little bit weird. But everything else is pretty much up for grabs. So that's pretty much like half the types. It's like kind of a lot. Um Discord days is yeah, yeah, Lino, I am literally making my return. I don't know if you had caught what I was saying, but yeah, I was like I had downloaded it again, especially at the is this like chick who was streaming, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get back on Discord. I've had this low memory on my phone and stuff, but I can still go on the laptop. I just whether it's a Discord or streaming, especially, I don't even know, man. I just was like not feeling it, right? Not even because of you guys or anything, just because I was just like fucking hibernating is a good way of putting it. But no, I'll be back on. I can at least go on the laptop. But I know it's like I feel pretty in touch with the FI. There's some cognitive dissonance with the idea of being like polar FI, right? I don't know. It's just something, you know how it is with the 8 function model, right? Like if you're going to be precise, you got to be damn precise, you know? I mean, it's like it's possible that I'm an ENTP who's like in touch with their FI, but isn't the whole thing that you're like not it's not even really like in your reach, you know? But maybe that's a little too black and white, right? It's funny. I've been even getting into it with talking to Chat GPT, my new best friend. How pathetic. No, but seriously, talking to Chat GPT, trying to get it to type me. It also seems to generally think I'm an INFP, which is interesting. But I don't. It's probably just getting that from like my personality database profile. I should actually plug my stuff. Like I've got these accounts that like no one knows about. Like I got a personality database profile, not like a page, but an account. And I got like rate your music. I want to start using Letterboxd more. I mean, I've got my SoundCloud and everything. It's all up in the freaking whatever my description. But Melting Zero, Return of the King, literally Lamau 1000. I know 1000. Dude, I never realized how the 100 is so mystifying to people. Like no one knows what the hell I'm talking about when I say 100. And I mean it as being just like 100 honest kind of thing, you know, truth, keeping it 100. It comes from that slang of keeping it 100, which is like keeping it real. Anyway, nice to see all of you getting a nice chat in here. Rachel, amazing. I know it's like I didn't want to bring it up, but it does have you as ISFP. I have you in Eric bookmarked. Freaking love that website. I know it's like ISFP though. I mean, yeah, SE tool seems a bit extreme, right? It's not a bad type to be. Like that's it's not a bad type to be, right? But what do they have? They're well, cuz your FE is good and like your but the I wouldn't see you as being SE tool, you know? So it's a little it's kind of wonky. Yeah, I know. It's like who's putting ISFP here? Um oh, that's right. I've never even voted on anybody on there. It's a good I'm not sure if Alec was asking me or just anyone in general, but if you typed yourself by letters only, what would you end up with? Well, it's like interesting, man, because I just took a I did the last two times I took the 16 personalities test. I did get INFP. I also and then there was but I actually took an IDR Labs test the other day. And again, I don't know if it's just a frame of mind thing, you know, because this was after being on Eric's stream and everything. And I actually got ENTP. I was like, what the heck? Probably though because I just I've come to prize a lot more being sort of more logical and objective, you know. You got to remember that too. This is a little bit embarrassing, but like I've been watching Eric for like years, right? And I've kind of picked up his vibe. Like this is something I do that again, it's a little bit embarrassing, but when there's like stuff about people's vibes that I like, um so in Eric's case, something like being kind of more logical, objective, and the way that he presents himself, I like the that style. And so I might begin to kind of adapt that style a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. It's gonna be so fun though and interesting to just see like what he comes away with. Um, but my point is that I've been like watching him for years. There's just like a handful of people who their like styles and how they present themselves have been like very influential to me. And like Eric is definitely one of them, you know? Um, so that's something else to, I suppose, keep in mind, right? Um, what can I say, right? There's no, I know it's very inauthentic sounding, right? But what do you want? Hey, whatever. I try not to do it too unconsciously or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, sometimes it just happens, but a lot of times it's like very specific. I can tell you guys all the people. I've been thinking about it lately. Am I more comfortable making ethical judgments or logical slash systematic ones? This is the thing that's so like weird about me. I guess it's not that weird, right? I was like, I'm so weird and kooky. It's like, no, man, you're just maybe a feeling user or whatever. Oh, by the way, so I still do think that I would be INFP based on letters. Oh, here's John and Jenton again. But it would probably, but it's just barely at this point. Um, feeling. I might actually be a thinker type, you know. But you know, it's weird though because I don't I feel pretty strong in making more ethical judgments, but that might just be my own like self perception, you know, and I'm actually crap at it. But like I couldn't even tell you a logical, systematic like judgment that I would make ever. You know, no, that sounds ridiculous, right? But I'm like it's like this again is a little embarrassing because people are like, this is stupid. All right, so listen to this. So there's this whole thing. You guys ever hear this? It's like guys are more interested in things and women are more interested in people. You guys, I'm sorry, but people are way more interesting than things. And like I think that that's actually objective. So I'm it's ridiculous to me to think that Ruben, yeah, lols. Yeah, probably. I don't know. That's what I feel like, right? But whatever, right? Yeah. So no, but seriously though, it's like I don't give a. I it's. I mean, as a kid, I was more interested in things. I guess like I would notice the construction sites and things like that, and like I naturally gravitated to the more masculine, whatever kind of things, right? But it's just whatever was there, sort of being creative, whatever, right? It was kind of things oriented. Like I would kind of I would type things out, like come up with fake band names, or my dad would DJ these what do you call them? As a side gig, he would DJ these like high school dances and things like that, and he would have these compilations, right, of all the hits of the day and things like that. I would take his stuff, I would copy them down, very almost kind of SI, right? But I don't want to get too down a rabbit hole here, but the point being like it was things oriented. It was like this is right, it was very things oriented. But like as I got older, it was like, what are you kidding me? It's all about the people and who's making the things, right? You guys know I get all into this kind of stuff with art and everything. Like it's like, no, these aren't just things. Literally, these aren't just things. Like someone's making this stuff. Someone's got freaking ideas that they're trying to put in the work or whatever it is, and messages and things like that. And it has to do with who's making it. I mean, people don't like that because I know that it sort of sounds bad, right? What because ideology and all of that, but it is what it is. I mean, if someone's more feminist or something, they're gonna make a more feminist movie or artwork or whatever, right? If someone's more uh, whatever, right? I don't even know, right? Sort of more. Again, I'm not whatever conservative or something, right? Then they were gonna make it. It's gonna show up in the work. So it's like way more interesting to me to find out where people are coming from. Yeah, what up, Flu Loops? I don't know if you're you might be new here. Uh, EII. Now it's cool and very interesting that you would say that because I think that that's the one that I think that I am, right? Which is that one's INFP or INFJ, right? I tested as that on the, you know, on the test. Believe me too, I really try to be as objective as I can be on these things. You know, like so I try not to be like, oh, this is the one that like I like. I will do these tests sometimes and I'll be like, nice, I just did that perfectly. It's probably gonna put me as a logical type or whatever, right? And then I'll get EII or something, right? But yeah, that's fascinating. Even just reading about it a little bit because I do resonate with that one. But anyway, let me try to kind of like get back into this very amazing, rich conversation happening with everyone here. I just kind of want to, mix it up and not get too musing on myself. You know what I mean? Hold on. Did Miguel tell you about ChatGPT saying you shouldn't say racial slur to save someone's life from a running train? No, but that's funny because ChatGPT makes me think of an ISFJ a lot of times. People, personality database, speaking of, has ChatGPT typed as a ISTJ. Oh, he's very I shouldn't gender it, right? But he is very it's very FE conscious, you know? I think it's the third option. All right, I'm just making sure I'm kind of caught up here. Right, the whole so right. So anyway, I'm more comfortable, I guess, making ethical judgments, but I can be persuaded. You guys see how it is. I think of it as being any tool. I don't know what it is, but the second you'll throw something at me where I'm kind of like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. I'm like, I guess I have to readjust my entire, perception. Oops. But yeah, I think copying people you're exposed to is amplified with any tool as a child. It happens to me all the time with people like, yeah, Lino. And speaking of Lino, there are things like Lino when I was, especially for the handful of months earlier this year where we were really talking a lot on Discord. And I keep saying your freaking name, but whatever. Um, I don't know how you feel about that, but basically, the tape recorder thing that was very relevant, and also when there were certain things that you would say and mannerisms that I would pick up on as well, and it's just so funny, right? Um, it just happens, you know. So so the sort of methodical thing, FE ignoring it, but 3D so you can use it once just when you want to, like that resonates too, and like there's also this funny thing that my mom or my parents would always say, saying like when I was a kid, I would be like, I this is only tangentially relevant, but it kind of is relevant because it'd be like, yeah, that sounds good. Like I'd be like, yeah, I'd like to do that, like if I feel like it, you know. And it's not like trying to be difficult or anything, but man, I'm it's kind of a strength and a weakness, right? Because you want to like it's really it can be kind of a terrible thing, but just being stubborn in that way, like wanting to do things when I want to, but you know how it is. You can't always get what you want, as the song goes, right? Sometimes you gotta. And Alec asks, do you ever feel at tension with the tribe, is self versus tribe, where neuroses could turn up for you? Well, I mean, just objectively speaking, like I do need to like do more good. like like be more attentive in that way. Like I'm very I tend to be, I think, sort of effortlessly attentive in conversation and things like that. But I do tend to like prefer my self over the tribe to an degree that I'm not. Oops, hold on. Yeah, it's just it does cause neuroses, but only in the sense that I know I should be better with it. So in other words, I don't know if this is informative at all, but I kick myself for not being effy enough, you know? Which I don't know what that means. I guess it again it could be effy ignoring, but I just don't think it's as severe as like polar, for example. Like I see it. Like even even again like my parents who of course probably know me better than anybody and I don't know what my sister thinks cuz she would also she knows me very well, of course, too. And yeah, they don't think I'm FE polar, but I do think they think, which is true, I think too, that I will choose the FI or over the FE or something, you know, but it's not utterly abhorrent. It's just a sort of preference. You know how it is. But let me just kind of be caught up here. Right. It's like no one's saying guys just like things. They're just more tilted towards it. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, it's not it's not a black and white thing, but it's that preference. About needing to sit with the typing to check it against itself for authenticity. Who are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about me? Sit with a typing to check it against himself for authenticity. Um, with a typing, yeah. I mean, I've never. This will be the first time I do a proper session, so. But if you mean after like a test or something, yeah, sure. Because you never all these different tests. I mean, you know, I've taken so many, but yeah, it's generally the same kind of output. I'll get some kind of NP type. I actually don't think I've ever typed INTP though. I've typed INFP, ENFP, ENTP. I think there was one test, one or two tests. Well, actually, there have been other ones that have gotten weird results, but it's mostly those ones, you know. And I try to be real, you know. I mean, you know, it's like yeah, they're more glamorous seeming, right? In ways, but they're not. Um, boy, I mean, I would in many ways prefer to be some kind of SJ, you know? Not an SJW. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Um, okay, but the ethical right ISFJ doesn't seem to counter value, seems to absolutely value and get yeah. Well, yeah, so it would be great to just kind of see what Eric says and what the kind of the audience says. I'll admit I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited too. Especially because I like it being a premiere better, and then I can be present, I guess. Although I don't want anyone to feel like they have to. I don't know, be nicer or something because I'm there. Yeah, yeah, whatever. See, it's even like that, right? Like I'm aware of the FE shit. I just prefer not to be too fucking in my head about it or something, you know? Unless I have to be or whatever, be mindful in the sense that it's perception management, right? I mean, because think about it, it's like look at the, yeah, amazing that shot right there. But it's like work, you know what I mean? Like it's doing FE work is work. All right, let me check. EIO, that's good, man. This is the stuff I go to Melting Zero for these kinds of genius puns. Um, ChatGPT, yeah, ChatGPT is kind of low key dumb. He's Really not that bright. It's fun to use. It's been really helpful to me to the best thing that I've found so far for it is putting in stuff that I write and having it analyze stuff that I write. Like whether it be kind of quote unquote lyrics, whatever they are, which are usually not lyrics as much as they are just fuck, stream of conscious stuff. Or little pieces that I write and having it analyze them and like that's pretty fun and good. Um that's probably the best thing that I've been using it for. Um all right, I'm almost caught up here. So like Bobby says, I have fantasies of telling a big group of people to fuck off and flip them off and walk away. That sort of vibe. What type does that sound like? Well, I mean, don't worry, I'm not taking, opioids on the stream. I'll tell you though. I'll tell you though. I might take a hit of this joint. I'm on this like George Carlin vibe lately where I just like take like a few hits of a joint like every day. And it's been kind of good, cuz I don't know. Oh, don't even get me into talking about freaking weed. But and it's just I've been smoking since I was like a teenager and I don't know. I think it's different. That's all I'm going to say about it is like I think it's very different from like if you've been smoking like on a nearly daily basis since you're a teenager and like I just turned 27, it's like, maybe stop or cut down. I'll tell you though, I don't want to get too deep into this, but with it's not easy for me at least. Again, I don't know if that's a type thing as well, like SI shit kind of like cuz I don't even like love, you know what I mean? I'm not like, "Oh man, like I need weed." Like I'm just so used to doing it and it's just like this weird feeling of like, oh well, like if I don't might even just smoke a little bit of weed, it's like, what am I doing? The answer to that is just doing a hard day's work or something like that. See, now I sound like an ISTJ, but you got to know this is it comes from me. It's because I know what I got to do, right? Anyway, no, because look, I'm just saying like if you smoke a little weed at the end of the day or on the weekend or something, it's like that's fine. But if you're like kind of not doing anything and then it becomes like easy to indulge, then it just kind of becomes like nothing and it's probably especially smoking, like it's just probably not the absolute healthiest. I tried like a seltzer recently. I only drank half, but I'm telling you guys the seltzers are the future. Um and I didn't realize they're getting popular too. Like I was at a family gathering and I was like, "Yo, that's weird." Cuz like I guess my aunt and uncle try them sometimes and then like my cousin said she had them and I was like, "Whoa." I'm like, "You guys aren't allowed to have these." You know what I mean? It's like, "Hey, hold on a second." You know? Well, anyway, better generally speaking, definitely a lot better than booze. Speaking of seltzers. uh Call me a wimp or something too, but it's that's the thing. You got alcohol seltzers, now you get these caffeine seltzers which are brilliant, and now you got marijuana seltzers which uh I wasn't that crazy about the taste. It was weird. I don't know, I had a little some allergies or something that were I just had like a weird aftertaste, but so I'm not as sold, but tasted all right. Didn't really have that much of an effect, which was kind of good because I didn't. The thing about edibles is like I fucking hate that thing of like, well, you don't know. It could take 2 hours to work. It's like, no, thank you. Would rather feel it immediately, right, and then just have it wane off in a while. I don't want to have to. Ain't nobody get time for that. Well, I guess I have time for it, but I would rather not. I would just rather not have to you know what I mean? I'm gonna wait for it to start working. Come on. And that's where people make the mistakes too, because then they wind up having more, and then it's too much. But anyway, Seltzers, man. It's like the Jetsons, you know, how they get those the food pills or whatever it is. I don't know. Anyway, so I kind of got on a tangent there, but oh yeah, well I don't know. I did want to speculate, like Bobby. I really don't know what type you are. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, and I don't think you're gonna like this, but I I thought of you for a time as almost being like an ESTJ or something, but that's only because of your like outspokenness, your like willingness to be outspoken and again, don't take it the wrong way. Like I only say that too because of how we generally jive pretty well, and I always thought of that as maybe being like a shared Delta Quadra thing. Again, because you know how it is. I fancy myself INFP or something, and I was like, no, we probably have similar values. It's just that you kind of you just seem like you execute the goal or so. I don't know. I don't know. Just the outspoken vibe. And like what you're saying now of this kind of thing is like making me feel like that too because you would probably have like decent FE, but yeah, and I know that you see yourself as being like an INTP. I mean, which I guess is possible because you would still have access to FI, but you do seem to have pretty good FI. That's kind of the only thing. I would love to see you do a typing session because, like, I've honestly got really no idea what you've got going on with the type. I mean, um, what do you mean it's the internet, CJ? Okay, hold on. All right, pixie cut. Mm, mixed feelings, unless you're, you know, Anna Karina or something, right? Back in the day. I guess that's more of a Bob. I don't know. Whatever that is, you know. Yeah, it could be SE too. I don't know. I mean, do you feel like your SE is good? I mean, I know you're a working man these days, which is good. So at least you have the volition to you know, getting yourself out there and things like that. You're an interesting one though because you know it's like I mean it's actually probably good. I mean I would kind of you're relatively well balanced in that way. It's there's nothing you don't it doesn't scream one type. But I will be honest, I don't know why. I'd be like, oh, Bobby's an ESTJ or something, you know. But I realize though that's maybe a little extreme, especially from your um you know kind of self perception. But TI ignoring, yeah, I don't know if that would be because you have. It seems like you have pretty good TI, but I don't really know. Actually, I really don't know. So yeah, so like yeah, so yeah. Why it's not as fun now? I mean, that's the thing. It's kind of stops like just being this like fun thing. Like I mean, back in the day when I was practically again when I was like a teenager, it was like you know, oh my god, it's the best thing ever, and you feel so good or whatever. And then after a while, it's just another another thing, and you just start having more hit or miss experiences. I mean, I think Eric is correct. Like it's a mild psychedelic. So like if you're not in the good like mood for it or whatever, like you can get anxious, you can get even kind of depressed or whatever it is. It's a very interesting kind of versatile drug in that way, you know? Still better than booze generally speaking, but in it's not perfect, right? I mean, what are you gonna do? There's no perfect drug. What is that a Nine Inch Nails song? You know, the perfect drug. There's pros and cons to all these freaking substances, you know. But I guess weed is probably the one of the more relatively benign. But even then, you don't know what. Trust me, I don't want to get too spooky here, but it's like there are people who are definitely sensitive in a way that like I mean I've had friends who had just bad experiences. There was even some dude who went on TWFP who was saying he was dealing with some kind of psychosis. Believe me, it scares me too, but it's not it's relatively rare, But hey, what are you going to do, You probably just best to be as sober as possible. That's kind of where I'm at. So I'll take like a few hits a day. Even that's still technically I'm smoking every day, but I did used to smoke more and yeah, it's just not as appealing now. And it does make me more just weird and like inward. So it's not the most helpful. It's not the most helpful because I think I'm already like that a bit. I have that proclivity because I'm just so cerebral and intelligent. No. I'm kind of like my dad in that way, though. Like, he never got into weed basically for that reason. He's just too something. You'd be like, oh, I didn't think of it that way or whatever, or this and that. The whole reason I ever started is always the same thing. I wanted to be both creative and relaxed at the same time. And like for a while it did that. Um Nowadays though, I just would rather be a little more clean and clear. But hey, everyone's different and whatever, right? Hey, more power to you, honestly. Okay, so again, I don't want to kind of get you in that rabbit hole, but as you can tell, I have sort of mixed feelings. Just especially because it has a habit forming element, at least for me. It's pretty much the only reason why I'm talking crap. And it doesn't happen with everybody. There's some kind of I don't know, some kind of SI sensitivity or something that I'm like, are you joking me? Hey, what are you gonna do? You can get addicted to damn near anything. Flow State had some interesting commentary on that recently. He's like, he was very not into that whole thing of like whatever, addiction. It's like, but the porn thing got him to start seeing the light a little bit, I guess. But I really would be curious about that. Like, I think it's probably like SI people more than anything. There's just a hunch, right? It makes sense, right? You just get habit prone, and you wind up probably having more issues with it than if it was backstack or even if it was dominant. Like it's I really think it's like a lower SI thing. You just get into your current thing or whatever it may be, right? And you wind up maybe overdoing it a little bit. Anyway, so but yeah, I don't know what you mean about the internet thing, but KP, it's the internet, CJ. But could be I was inspired by someone and now emulate that outspokenness. Like I wasn't outspoken at all growing up all that much. Yeah, and I mean like maybe you're not like that as much in real life either. You've sort of said things that have alluded to that. But six is slightly paranoid. That's the thing too. Like six-ish nature is not particularly helpful either for me because it's like again, I hate to keep harping on it, but with the weed thing, like I literally have the two most like common, just plebeian like things with weed, right? Like it definitely makes me more lazy, and it definitely makes me more paranoid, you know? It's like everything you've ever heard about it, right? It's kind of amazing though, because there are particulars, but then there's universals like that, right? It's, everyone gets that. You know what I mean? Which is kind of amazing. 100. Some people though, I think of like maybe if you're like an ESTP. Well, actually, I don't know because they get that weird NI or something, but you get the point. It's just some people just are just freaking like gifted. They don't have problems like that or whatever, you know? Whether it's with booze or weed or porn or video games, you know what I mean? People talk about video games and things like that. Video games, getting addicted to video games. That's one that I feel a little bit weirdly about because I don't, but it also just doesn't personally affect me. I don't know. Just I've never been really like a gamer, but I'm a little skeptical of that. I think if you porn, you could definitely make a case for, but like video games, yeah, you know, because you're doing something, so you're like immersed in it. So it's more immersive than like other art forms in that way. You could, but I mean, do people really start like having withdrawals from video games? You know what I mean? Like it's not. I don't know. Anyway, I wonder what you guys think about that though, because that's one of the big ones too. I mean, like gambling. That's like a huge one. You know, even gambling is much more the endorphins. They're just the ones that I get more, but I don't really get the porn thing is weird, but I get it. But then with video games, I don't really get it all. Only because it's more immersive. I guess I understand it too, but it just seems less common than people think. I don't know. But Bobby says his SE sucks. Um, right, and you really, yeah, regarding the people emulating people one and inspires. I could tell you guys a few people in a minute. Um, this is good. Yeah, SE sucks. Um, I just want to be really like kind of weird. Oh yeah, well Anna Karina, I guess. Did she get her name from Anna Karenina? All the diversity, all the charm, and all the beauty of life are made up of light and shade. Leo Tolstoy, Anna Karenina. I did recently watch this interesting movie. Robert Bresson, I think that's how you pronounce it. L'argent. I don't know how you pronounce it. The money. It's French for money, and it's interesting. It was pretty good. I mean, again, he's classic. You know, his art film kind of vibe. We were talking about that in Eric's stream, but it's interesting though because it's very. I keep saying that, but it's interesting because it's very like plain, like matter of fact. It's sort of a cautionary tale. But yeah, Tolstoy, interesting. You know, Anna Karenina, interesting. Keep saying that. Same for me. It's comforting in SI ways. It kind of makes me TE polar. Oh, I see. With weed, yeah, yeah, I hear that. Right, it makes you TE polar. Totally. Um, not high SI. Um, Yeah, the one thing I mean, Bobby, I don't know if how where your SI would be, to be honest. Caught up here, finally. Yeah, well, the memory recall thing, that's the thing though. Like Bobby, I feel like you have pretty good memory recall, and you'll do that thing where you'll be like, my comment at 5:22 or whatever, and like you feel like you have pretty good memory recall. Lou says weed does not make me lazy at all. That's cool. I wonder. Well, you're like an INFJ 9, right? So maybe there's something there where it's still fourth slot SE, but I don't know. Maybe you just are able to get stuff done better or something. It's a thing where I think like if you push through it or something, you can do it. But if you have to push through it at all, it's like, well, why even do it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have to push to. I already have to, push through to not be lazy. So like, put it this way: like, if I smoke weed, I'm not gonna want to exercise at all. So I've done it before. Rarely, very rarely, but you know, it can kind of be a bit of a I don't know. I get why people do it, but I don't want to have to push through any more than I have to with getting something done, you know? But right, if you don't have to do that, then that's good. I wonder if that's like SE front stack, you know? There's something there, People don't always they don't have the same thing, and I think some of it is type related, just being 100. But Kami has an interesting point. She goes, "You can have a problem with something without it being an addiction." Yeah. That's an interesting thought. It's like I do feel like that blurs the lines a little bit, but sure. I mean, a problem, addiction. The word addiction is just so demonized, right? But I think I hear what you're saying. Dopamine. Yeah, I need some dopamine. Bobby at Boba. It's like it's not hoarding, you dunce. It's postponing throwing it away. Because of laziness. I was younger, okay, like a year back, lol. Weed makes my FI come forward a bit and maybe more NI. Oh yeah. You become a genius, an NI genius. Oh, I just made this connection. It's so holistic or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that you're actually ESTJ. It's just I think there's just a certain boldness to certain things that you say uh and you know what I mean. I don't mean it in a I'm not trying to be like somehow insulting. Like I think of I mean I just think of it as being I guess FI or something. I really don't know. And you would probably be a bit more I don't even know what you would call it. Just like I mean, you probably wouldn't be hanging around here, for example, you know? A lot of you almost never see any STJs around here. It's hard to know though if that's because they really don't show up here or if it's because they just don't think that they're STJs, you know? Um okay, so Lou says it allows me to have more control over where to point. Like if I need rest, it can help. But if I'm looking for creativity or wonder or to get a more clear, removed view of thinking, it's a tool, kind of. Yeah, get a more clear, removed view of thinking. I'm just thinking about what you're saying because it's just like I can see that. Of course, I'm bold, as are a lot of people online. Law. Well, yeah, it's just over text, so it's not really you know able to convey the whole essence of your being. You probably aren't really interested in collapsing things down like this in your conceptual framework. Same for ESFJs. Yeah, it's like my mom, who's probably ESFJ. I mean, almost definitely. She'll like she'll listen to me talk about this stuff. I mean, she's very patient and will listen to it, but at the end of the day, like she'd rather look at memes about the stereotypes. You know what I mean? Like it's just not that interesting to her in that way. Like, but to be fair, I don't know. I mean, it seems like a special kind of person who really gets into this stuff at all anyway. Um Bobby's got damn sitting stitches. The word essence makes my ovaries tingle. It's funny. The essence, yeah. Oh yeah, Eric has a certain amount of boldness. Totally. Um oh, here's Jonna again. All right, well like let's see what this one's all about. I like this. Wait. I'm into that. Beautiful. Hmm. Get in there. Come on. All right. Yeah, whatever. Freaking zoom in huge on this thing. So, yeah, what Lou says is interesting. She goes, but everyone's physiology is different. In my 20s, 30s, I did give it up for over a decade because it triggered my anxiety disorder. So perhaps it's a matter of timing, too, for some of us. Yeah, see, I really think there's something to that. And it's interesting that you would say 20s and 30s because it probably is a thing, especially at least for me right now, like sort of somewhat of a thing when, especially if you're just hanging out by yourself or whatever it is, and you're just like smoking weed. It's the classic that you just start thinking about, like, man, I should really, like, I don't know, be doing something with my life or whatever. Maybe you're just a thing of when you're in your 20s and 30s, right? It's just a mindset. So, like, you maybe you just wind up getting more anxious in that way because you're thinking about it, you know? It's interesting because it's like it's fun when you're a teenager, and then it's fun again when you're in your 40s. Isn't that weird, right? Because that's kind of how I feel about it. But that's good to know, though, especially that I'm sure you probably wound up you know, stabilizing in some way, and then now you're like able to kind of enjoy it again, you know. Makes a lot of sense. Um Magnesium. I keep seeing stuff about magnesium these days. They say it's good for the any kind of anxiety or depression and whatnot, all that kind of thing. I don't know, this opening shot is cool, but I'm not. I mean, okay, like I guess this is kind of cool. Quality is not that great. I don't know. This one's not that great. That's all right. I don't know. I like these. I like these videos where they're like just a chill island vibe. No, I like it to be like a still camera footage kind of thing. Is this the same one? Yeah, it's the same one. That's a dope opening shot, though. But I'm into the like one shot deals. I don't need all that. Because, you know, the videographers, they get all fancy. We're going to get a whole bunch of different shots. And don't even show me a time lapse. It's going to be real time. Anybody get time for that? Oh, yeah, this is the one. This guy has the frickin' best. This was the one that I was trying to find. Look how hard this goes. I've used this a few times, so I'm just going to use it again, because whatever. It's just the best that there is online, on the web, the World Wide Web. Ooh. Let's see if he's got any newer material. That's pretty good, but it's a vertical video. Wow, it's almost kind of spooky. No, I'm trying to. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. I'll just keep it there, I guess. It's way too zoomed in. I zoomed out. No, it zoomed in, I mean, because I'm zooming it in on the window. This guy, Andy Whitteman. Hmm. My guy put like a dope thumbnail, and the video doesn't even look like this at all. I'm like, what? Borealis. Anyway, it's just supposed to be background. So let me just like find one that's good enough. Oh, look, it's Chill Island Oasis. I like that it recommends it to me. It's like, you know what you might like? You, right now. Here's this guy a month ago. I love getting no views and like niche. No, he's doing time lapse. Whatever, guys. I'm just gonna go back to John and Jinton because she popped. She really popped off with this one, and I think it's the best quality. This is the best quality we're gonna find today. Yeah. It's pretty top notch. I'm into this right here. This one. Look at that. Hold on. Whoa, dude. Nah, don't do any time lapses. I get that it's appealing. People like it, but I mean it's cool, yeah, but nah man, I want that real time. I want that old time rock and roll. I mean, is there really even an old time rock and roll? I mean, I guess the 50s. It's like, look at that moon. Got me saying goodbye. I was too focused on this. Trying to find the right footage here, but thank you for being here, my friend. Good night. I'm still gonna stay on for a little bit though. I am kind of hungry. I gotta eat something, but anyway, I hope the buffering's not too bad. I'll close out of a few windows. Meaningful music. Oh, oops. See, oh no, just kidding. I guess. So anyway, yeah. I mean, it should be better now. I keep smelling this kind of almost like detergent or something. It's not detergent. We're using this clean stuff, but my pants or something just keeps fucking bothering me. Whatever, it's fine. I barely smell it. It smells good. It's just I just have this weird like I don't know. I just worry about it giving me like headaches and stuff. I don't know. I think it's just my head and my neck, my brain damage from weed. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't think I'll get any copyright strikes. Michael Jackson was the original Kanye. Oh, they don't care about us. Wow. That's deep. I already know what you're talking about. I saw some stuff on that recently. Yeah, the thing I heard weed makes you not dream anymore. I have never experienced that. But it happens to like everyone, apparently. Everyone always says the same thing. They'll be like, dude, like I stopped smoking weed and like now I'm having like dreams again. I'm having vivid dreams. I'm like, bruh, if I like stopped smoking weed and my dreams got more vivid, I'd probably freaking become I'd be in a that's a scary thought, but I'd be in like a dream forever. I'd be so vivid that it'd become my life. Cuz I don't already have very vivid dreams, but I don't know. But it's common. It like stops your REM sleep from being as good, they say. So it makes it so you don't dream as vividly. Boy, if I had a nickel for every time I've heard that. But it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a you hear it because it's real, but it's just I've just never had that. I think I can finally unplug this and stop sitting in this way. Charge the phone a little bit. But yeah, what else? I mean, I was gonna mention I haven't really been watching too many movies lately. I just haven't had the attention span. Sometimes you just I've been listening to a lot of music though. Um, it's kind of my original love anyway. Films are just it's like I'll start watching something and then I don't know, just wind up wanting to do something else, I guess. You're just getting bored. So I've been kind of listening to more like new music and stuff. There's been a lot of decent like new music coming out. Been like kind of making my way through that new Caroline Polachek album. I love her. She's beautiful, and she's probably like the best pop singer around right now. I'm gonna be honest though, she's getting a little like some of it almost sounds like Shakira or something. I'm like, I don't know. Like she's kind of like Kate Bush or something, kinda, but it's like, especially with her vocal acrobatics, she's just always being like going up and down. Um, it's like, but now I'm like, what it's like Kate Bush doing Shakira. I'm like, come on, I don't. But she does. She has a song on it. The best one I've heard so far is called "Welcome to My Island," which is great because it's so chill island, right? That's amazing. Um, I still haven't finished Kendrick's new album. I'm just like, I'm sorry. This band, Juanita, that I like, Preoccupations. But no, I think the last movies I watched were basically, I mentioned this, but it was probably it was like Top Gun Maverick, Nope, um, Francis Ha, that was really good, and then I watched like half of Breakfast at Tiffany's. I made it to the Moon River scene, and then like, which is amazing, and that song is like legendary. But after that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna finish this later. And then I kind of didn't get back to it. Of course, this older Gallo movie, Palookaville, which is kind of proto Bottle Rocket. It's like Wes Anderson's first movie, but Bottle Rocket's better. I mean, Wes Anderson's just the best. He's really just the best. Um, I actually like this new the song off the new Taylor Swift album, Midnight Rain. I actually really like that song. Um, it's cool. It's very cool. Yeah, I saw some new Swans coming out. Very cool. Yo, the only thing about Swans is like they just have such like intimidating album lengths and stuff. I mean, I've talked about this, but it just has inhibited me from like getting fully like into them. But like I do love a lot of songs from them, and like Michael Gira, is obviously pretty brilliant. I love especially that song "Blind" is amazing. I think I covered that on stream once. It's a relatively simple song, right? Good stuff. Yeah, Bottle Rocket's the best. I love it. It's so underrated too. It's just like those movies. They just put me in like my happy place. They really do. Like he's just the best. Like, and it's amazing. Charles Carroll was talking about it recently. He was like saying, he was like, I only watch Wes Anderson movies now. And I was like, that is so based. No one, I feel like for a while it was kind of unpopular to like, oh, Wes Anderson, what are you, whatever, a snob or something. But it's like, he's the best. Like, it's just in terms of style. Like, I get it. He's a little precious and all that. But what else is there, right? Especially now. He's making a new movie actually with Tom Hanks. I gotta watch the trailer. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not huge. I don't know the blue orange like color scheme. I don't know if I'm feeling that much, but it's supposed to be like a little bit of a sci-fi, which is kind of interesting. I just wish he would go back to his roots a little bit. He's been so big. He just makes these big movies forever now since Life Aquatic. I do love Life Aquatic though. Honestly, every movie from his is good. Straight up. I still have to watch French Dispatch though. Actually, I have it queued up on here. Again, I'm keep saving it. Um, but yeah, I really really love the focus on especially like the first two movies. Even the Royal Tenenbaums is brilliant, but it's like starts getting bigger. You can see the scope start to unravel. You know what I mean? But Bottle Rocket and Rushmore are like the smaller productions. Yeah, that last quote is from Royal speaking to um Ethylene. Yeah, yeah. And it's cute because it's like fancy, but it's kind of making fun of itself being fancy in a way, you know? It's uh he's just got real speaking of beauty, you know, there's just a lot of beauty. I just can't think of anyone honestly in the last like 20 years or so that's been able to get that beauty going like him. Um that's weird. The Grand Budapest Hotel, I feel like honestly is something in a um got like mentioned in a dream I had last night or something. But it's good. It's just not again, it just got so big. Saoirse Ronan's in it though. My favorite, you know, love her. She's good in it too. Um it's like prioritizing the smaller scale over the bigger scale stuff that I like more, but he really hasn't been into that vibe since Royal Tenenbaums basically, you know. They're still beautiful, but they're just not it's like he just starts to get a little self parodical where it's kind of like how many people like the ensemble cast, right? It's like how many people can I get in this movie? How you know symmetrical can it be or whatever, you know, the style and all that. Don't get me wrong, they're all good. Grand Budapest is good. It's just not on the same level. It depends what you're into though. If you want like a big vibe, that's cool. But I would say watch the first few. And if you haven't seen Royal Tenenbaums, it's probably his best movie. Um, Decent balance there. Yeah, it's Saursha. So it's kind of I almost said Russian, right? An Irish name, dude. I didn't even know how to pronounce it until recently. Um, oh my god, this keeps. All right, I gotta unplug this. All right, so yeah, twee. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you know, I tend to like some of that stuff. Um, like the band Beat Happening or something like that. You know, I love them. Um, I'm seeing them 4 times this year. Lol, that's amazing. That's hardcore. Their early shows had a huge reputation for being like just super loud, like MBV level loud. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Well, let's you know get my queen up here. Hold on a sec. You know this lady. I've put her up. Maybe I'll put a still from well, she was in Grand Budapest, and then she was in Lady Bird, which was good. Greta Gerwig. Yo, so they got Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach doing the new Barbie movie. I'm like, how did they possibly nab that. You know what I mean? Because again, I just watched Francis Ha. That was good. Lady Bird was good. I went into both of those with like pretty low expectations because I was like, oh, what's this gonna be? You know, some like feminist stuff. You know, and then Lady Bird, she's at like a Catholic school, so I'm like, oh man, what's this gonna be? Honestly, pleasantly surprising. Because again, it's like note to filmmakers, right? Focus on like the story and the characters like being good. You don't need to have freaking agenda and everything. I don't know. I just liked how they handled it. I don't want to spoil anything, but right now you just got her with Timothy Chalamet, and they're kind of in this like new school of actors who get picked up, like with Wes Anderson, because Timothy Chalamet was in the recent Wes Anderson, and I'm like, oh man, don't be too homogenized in that way. But I mean, whatever. You take what you can get, I suppose, right? Um, Ed Sheeran says actress Saoirse Ronan purposefully misspelled one of his tattoos. What does that even mean? Oh wow, this is a nice picture of her. Well, oh, she was also in The Lovely Bones as a kid, which is a depressing ass movie that I've never even watched. Also got very mixed reviews. I don't know. This is a very like it's a good picture, but it's a little polished. Can we get like a cooler picture? But yeah, can you guys believe they got them Greta Gerwig doing the Barbie movie? I'm like, what? What? And Noah Baumbach, I'm like, how the hell like did they swing that? Wow, yeah. I mean, she's just really, you know, Irish beauty, you know. Right though, you're in oh yeah, Saoirse. Okay. I'm gonna keep that in mind. See that O in there makes me wanna, you know, lean into the O, but you're right. Yeah, Twee's the best. Sasha. Right. I see. That's also that. I thought. Oh, I see. I've got this up right now. I didn't mean to switch over, but I did want to. Um, just a giant ass picture. Lol. She looks younger here. You're still a little bit of that teenage sort of cheeks. You know what I mean? She like still looks like a kid. She looks like a kid here. But no, she want to turn into a beautiful young woman. But I just hope she stay like, cause like what is she even doing now? It's probably not gonna be long. She's in some kind of crazy something horrible. I hope not though. 'Cause she's usually in pretty good stuff. She's also in that movie Atonement that I need to watch. Like, all right, I can't really. You get the idea. I don't know if I need to get a picture. Oh well, this is one that I had used before. Pretty cool. And she was in Little Women, based on that book. Come on, let me just find some like cool picture. I don't know. I might start watching. I might start watching something tonight or something. Like I'm in this vibe though. I'm such watch stuff to just like get a friggin' to like rate it on Rate Your Music or something. Uh oh, braless. What the? This is in 2020. No, Saoirse. That's wild. You're not allowed to do that. That's crazy. You're not allowed to do that. When I say you're not allowed to do that, I don't mean it in some kind of oppressive way. I just, you know, she just seems so kind of wholesome. I don't know. There aren't that many cool, like, dope ass pictures. I mean, maybe I'll just put up a still of her from Lady Bird. So look at that. I knew it. I was wondering this. So Saoirse Ronan, gutted to have missed out on role in Barbie movie. Yeah, what's that about? Because I was just wondering, like, why isn't she in it? Her and Dua Lipa. Oh man, my crushes. They're both gonna be in it. No way. Yo, I'm sorry, but look, Margot Robbie's all right, but like, listen, I'm excited about Ryan Gosling. Does anyone else? I don't know what it is about. I kind of like Ryan Gosling, and he was in those dope Derek Chun France movies. I don't know how you pronounce his name, but Blue Valentine and The Place Beyond the Pines. Those are freaking great movies. Oh, she's such a unique snowflake. No, I'm joking, but he. I guess now we're calling Lady Bird a Saoirse Ronan dramedy hidden gem you can stream on Netflix. Amazing. Yeah, I liked it though. I mean, I felt like my little review would be like it deftly maneuvers, um, you know, teen girl issues in a Catholic school without being in any way, without just being like horrible, without being like super subversive. It's kind of heartwarming and all that. And I like the mom, Laurie Metcalf, who you guys, she was in Roseanne and everything, and she would probably the tough kind of, she's kind of tough but well-meaning, and yeah, there's stuff in it that's definitely a little bit sort of like, I don't know, liberalish or something kind of, but it's as good as you're gonna get, you know what I mean, in terms of not modern day depiction of that kind. like there there's one scene where they have like a woman come in to like talk about abortion, and then she kind of has some lip about it, but then she just kind of gets in trouble, and then they like move on. Like, and it's not meant to, I'm telling you, like, it's not meant to really sway you or anything. It comes off much more like just her being a teenager and like not wanting to hear it. And then she's like mean about one of the nuns, which is upsetting, but you know that she doesn't really feel that way. And, it's just kind of good. It's sort of a sweet movie, but I like Frances Ha maybe even a little bit more. Greta Gerwig, she's good. Anyway, sorry, let me get back to the chat. I just can't really find a picture cool enough to put. I guess that's kind of cool. When she just like fucking opens the door to the car and like falls out. I literally have thought, I've like, that's like thinking about that when you're like a kid. You're like, what if I just open the door and did it? And then she actually does it. I'm like, what the? That was funny as heck. Greta Gerwig is actually really funny though, and Frances Ha. That's like, yeah, and PDB has them typed as whoa, uh-oh, someone's getting crazy here. Look how it is on the stream. It's insane. Monica, I was just, yeah, Monica Bellucci is the best. Did you ever watch Twin Peaks when David Lynch is like, I had another Monica Bellucci dream? Yeah, enough. Whatever. I don't know if I'm gonna really find a good picture. I'll find one for next time. I just wanted to use a new one. Saoirse Ronan belly ink. Listen, that's rated R for strong, harsh nudity and inappropriate content. I'll just use this one again. You know, it's a good one. It's a classic. She says she never got cast for her looks from the Irish Times. I had a dream once where I was gonna interview her. Like it wasn't even like a weird vibe. It was like for some reason, and that she was on the phone, and she was really nice. So there you have it. My dream says that she's a nice girl. Okay. Monica Bellucci's the best. I know, I had another Monica Bellucci dream. Yo, what up, Carrot? Thank you for being here. Dark hair. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not picky, but I do like blondes, but Margot, I know, I'm not into it. I don't think Margot Robbie's that about Irreversible. I honestly cannot decide because I kind of hate it, but there are parts of it that are, I mean, it's fucking insane. What do you guys think about that movie? Like, that's such a hard movie for me to even, like, have an opinion on. I literally had to look away during that one scene. It's just too long. Okay, hold on. He was making a statement though with that one. He's like, "Look at it. It's fucking horrible." And it's stick and just negative. I don't know. It's extreme, it's just kind of like unnecessary. Duh. Doi. Doi. What's happened? Okay. All right. Hold your horsies. Bruh, this is being. All right. All right, swag. Yeah, anyway, Irreversible is messed up. Okay, wait. I'm just closing out a bunch of shit. And whoa. Hey now. Noise. Okay, wait. Um she went hard in that movie though. I mean, apparently Gaspar Noé and her kind of treated the situation with care, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's like I had very mixed on that movie. Can you even imagine what like Eric would think of a movie like that? Yeah, I know. I'm here. I just wanted to. I'm just kind of getting everything situated. Just give me like 2 seconds. Okay. So basically, yeah, my friend Sam thinks that Gaspar Noé movies are like evil. He like said that on my stream once. That was pretty based. And he likes crazy horror shit. I mean, I don't know how much he does these nowadays, but like gore and all that stuff. He liked the movie Angst, which he predicted it correctly. I did not like that one very much either. It's fucking disturbing and disgusting. And Gaspar Noé apparently watched that movie like 40 times, of all people, right? He said some other director thought it was in bad taste, but he watched it like 50 times. But then Sam hates Gaspar Noé. I mean, I get it though, you know? Like I get it, especially compared to Angst, but Angst is fucking that one scene though. Oh, good lord, that was too much. Um, the last like disturbing movie that I watched that was good, like two of them, the movie Come and See and Michael Haneke's Benny's video, which actually also that showed up in my dream last night. I was talking about that with these weird people. Fucking weird, kind of bad dreams last night, but we did come up. I like that. I like how Haneke treats violence. I think it's kind of proper. He did Funny Games, you know, the original and the remake. Obviously, it's like who the hell like remakes their own movie for America? Um, those are probably the last kind of like disturbing movies that I watched, but they're actually both pretty good. Um, but we were talking about this on Eric's stream too. Yeah, I mean, y'all know things when they're like too gross, especially. I don't mind if a thing is kind of disturbing, but if once it gets like disgusting, I start like hating it. You know, um, like I really didn't like the movie Mother, for example. You know, it's too much. There are parts of it that are impactful. I don't know why people hated Jennifer Lawrence so much. I thought she was actually decent, but the movie, it's like, especially the ending, is just horrible. It's just ridiculous, you know. Um, I like Benny's video. Like he's it's interesting because he's like this kid who's like got a camera, and he's getting all into, he like watches this like animal being killed video, and then he's listening to all this crazy music too. And then next thing you know, he like, without giving too much away, because this is the plot, I'm not giving everything away. He like, he winds up killing this girl, and his parents then kind of wind up getting in on it. To They try to like help him, and it actually becomes this like really interesting like study in that kind of thing, without being too horrible. I mean, there are like one or two pretty upsetting scenes. The movie starts off with the animal video, which, I don't exactly appreciate, but it kind of services itself well. Haneke does stuff where he comments on the stuff that makes what he does like good, I think, is because it's all very like matter of fact, and it is sort of anti violence, and particularly like film violence. Um, but it kind of winds up resolving in an interesting kind of good way. Like which is different from funny games too. I would almost say they're about as good, but funny games gets all the hype. I also have to watch the piano teacher, but I also got to watch Cachet, I think is how you pronounce it. Um, he's kind of good. But yeah, I mean, I hate gore too. Generally speaking, I just really, it's just too gross. I mean, it just hinders my ability to actually appreciate the movie. Like, depiction just goes a long way. You can do like, it just goes a long way. But like, LOL at like Bobby though. Teehee, we can experiment a little bit. I'm just kidding. It's weird, but Natalie Stormer's got. I don't recognize Natalie Stormer. Recognize Sophie Turner. Nice. Cachet was good, or cash. I don't know. I mean, it's cash in English, but I think you might. There's an accent on the e. I think. Sorry, Evil Dead. Yeah, It's funny though. I actually kind of liked Army of Darkness the most because it's more fun and light. Um, and they don't do all the satanic crap. Um, the first two are a little satanic. I mean, it's not like it's framed as good or anything. It's just, I mean, it's just kind of like freaky. But the Army of Darkness is good, like horror comedy good. You know. Um. Oh yeah, there's a new Evil Dead. It sounds kind of familiar. I mean, there was a remake. I saw that, and that was not very good. They just make it super dark and brutal. Yeah, the Saw movies suck. I mean, the first one is okay, but I would never. I hate that stuff. Um Anything labeled as like sadistic horror, I'm not into. I mean, it's like, even if it's so like quote unquote artsy or whatever, it still sucks. Like Irreversible or something, right? It's like, I don't know, man. I've tried with stuff, and it's just never good. Um but like every now and then though there'll be something like obviously Lynch is good, and then I do like Aronofsky's first movie Pie, and I actually do like some of his stuff. But then like Cronenberg, like Videodrome is like really good. And then, some classics, you'll have like Psycho or Night of the Living Dead or mm, The Shining or something, right? I even kind of liked Rosemary's Baby. It's like scary, but almost liked it a little better than The Exorcist. Although at least The Exorcist kind of has a somewhat more positive ending. It's weird the trade offs you make. But now I'm not really like not huge on horror, I guess in general. I mean, you can it's I like it if it's good, but it's just so many for every like what would you guys say? It's honestly it's probably something as crazy as like for every like 99 for every like 100 movies, horror movies that are made, like 99 of them are just bad. like and it's just a problem with the genre because it's just reliant on being fucking gross and evil. It just sucks. It's kind of like I always say it's like the metal of movies, but they don't even metal is like often better because it can just be more like interesting. You can do more with it. Um it's funny because I tend to like more the psychological stuff with horror, but that's only because that just means it's more interesting, like and probably less gross. You know what I mean? Um I guess the original Halloween is all right. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre is all right too. You would think that that movie would be horrible and evil because of the title, but it's actually not really. Um, what are some other like? Well, I mean, technically, Persona is like the original psychological horror. That's like a nearly perfect movie. Um, that movie's amazing, but yeah, pretty much named everything. I mean, well, not everything, but there's a lot of stuff I could get into, but those are the first ones that come to mind. Definitely in terms of like good horror. I actually like the Blair Witch Project too, to be honest. I mean, it's a little boring compared to nowadays, but I mean, that's kind of why it's good. I actually watched Paranormal Activity finally, the first one, like a year ago. I actually thought that was kind of good too because it was sort of proper, you know what I mean? Like it's like yeah, it's pretty tame, but it's like mostly what I was interested in was how the camera plays a role. Um how it's impactful in the environment. Like um the ghosts or whatever don't want to be captured on film. And it's very clear that they're being like angered by it. It's cool because I think it's spooky like um the whole thing of like the camera uh playing an influence the spirits, they don't like to be or the demons, right? They don't want to be captured on the film. Uh yeah, it was proper. I mean I think that it was kind of proper. The ending's kind of dumb, but it is kind of proper though. Like I mean, have you seen it? Cuz like they get the boyfriend, of course this he's just like an idiot, but he's still he's like wants to do everything just the wrong way. He gets like a Ouija board and it's lights on fire. I don't know. I like that stuff because it's at least got a cautionary element to it, right? Where it's kind of like don't mess with it. You know what I mean? Don't and the guy's just insisting on messing with it. It's a little bit dumb. I'm not gonna lie, but I was sort of pleasantly surprised because I thought it was enjoyable. It's not fucking gross and or like horribly evil. It's like just enough to. I mean, they marketed it Do you guys remember the promos? They would show the audience. It's like, oh, the door moved. It's filmed on a digital camera. It's like, all right, calm down. It's But I would much rather something like that than something just gross and evil. You know what I mean? Like, it's funny you mentioned Italian horror because it's often very stylized. It is cool. Like, I watched The Beyond. It's Lucio Fulci, and that was interesting. Oh yeah, I like the original Suspiria. Definitely, that shit's cool. I mean, and properly framed, kind of. And the remake is not very good though. Way unnecessarily long. They got Tom York to do the score, but I mean, I don't know. It's fucking weird. And like but the original's good. It's so colorful and vibrant. You just never see anything like that now. Can you even imagine? I mean, especially with horror, like you already got popular ass movies being all dark and crazy. But if you're gonna watch a horror, you gotta expect someone getting their freaking limbs torn off. And that's literally basically how it is, in Suspiria, the remake. But the original is like straight up good. I mean, it's not like amazing or anything, right? But it's like good. And just like beautifully filmed. That's the thing about it, right? You just can't even imagine a horror, especially nowadays, having like beauty elements. I mean, that's actually kind of why I liked Rosemary's Baby, because of the look of it. But it's definitely weird, especially based on like just real life weird stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, Dario Argento. I kind of want to. I'd like to check out more from him. But yeah, well, the Beyond was interesting. It was just a lot of icky. There was just a lot of gross stuff. I was wincing to get through it, but it was I couldn't debate. I was like, some of these shots though are like amazing. I was like, what in the heck? And it actually is like a grindhouse, legit grindhouse movie. Like it has the intro and everything. That like Tarantino stole and everything, right? And I was like, that's so good, but like this looks so good, but it's also just like kind of horrible. It's like I don't know. I'm very mixed on that, right? But you can't even deny the way it looks so good. Honestly, even if people could just take some cues from that nowadays, I would appreciate that. Maybe save some of the gore though. I don't like that stuff. I just it's just too gross. What am I gonna what can I say? But a Thai horror. Sorry, hold on. Yo, I don't know if you mentioned Poltergeist. I haven't even watched Poltergeist yet because I'm scared of it. I'm scared of it. It's cursed, dude. Straight up freaking cursed. But I like what so Karma's Pimp says like the idea of it being a puzzle interests me, but then the philosophy expecting everyone to be a mind reader, plot contrivance, of planning everything down to the minute detail and Saw Guy's favor, everything about Saw is so dumb. It's just stupid. Like, right, Ruben. It's like Blair Witch is good. Again, brilliant because also proto what's it? Paranormal Activity because they just want to capture it on film and they just want to get you know poke their noses in and everything, especially that chick, right? And she starts getting so like she's gonna do something. I like that stuff. And like even this movie California with a K, where the true crime people they get like a real taste of it and they don't want it. It's like yeah, because it's evil, but it's actually good how they frame it. Propaganda. There is so much, but I don't know what you mean exactly. But Japanese horror, yeah, the Japanese are just insane. They take it to a new level that's really often unnecessary. I have to watch the original Ring. I mean, I've seen the remake. It's all right. Naomi Watts. Again, very kind of negative though. I don't know. I'm not really a huge fan. Just very like I don't know, just too just commercial and just I don't really like how it's filmed. Some people like how it's filmed. I don't know. It's kind of got a sickly look to it. I'm not a big fan of. It is interesting though when you have elements like that because that's another one where it's again you're watching a video or whatever, right? I like stuff like that that plays into that, like Video Dream or Benny's Video, who both got video in the title. Because there's stuff there, right? You're like stuff about. That's the thing about Irreversible, though, is that it goes too far. Like it's, and that's why it's so divisive, right? Because you make a movie about how horrible violence is, and you just make it as fucking insane and evil as possible. It's like, okay, well, you've lost me, buddy, right? Um, I mean, even Funny Games is at least it's kind of brutal, though. Definitely, it's definitely kind of brutal, but it's more of a slow burn brutal. It's actually a little bit scarier than in that way, but it's. Cause remember, it's one of the only. It was the remake, but it was like I had a bad dream. Was there was something about the feeling that they weren't gonna escape that was that's so haunting, right? But again, it's part of that thing, and you know how he's turning to the camera and he's like, you know, flawed masterpiece, I would say, because it is about like film violence, but a lot of people ain't trying to have that conversation. You know what I mean? They'd be like, that's just a horrible movie. I literally one time commented on the ending of a Funny Games, the ending of the remake, and I was like, this, I love this ending because they start talking about like reality and the film and stuff like that, and I was like, I love this ending, and then someone replied to me and they were like, what is like meaningful about this? I don't know how they said it, but they called me like a pseudo intellectual sociopath, and I was like, whoa. I'm like, this really. I didn't even respond to it. I was like, but that's the kind of thing you get if you say that movie's good, right? But if you say that freaking I don't know, I can't even think of like I don't know, like the Halloween movies or something are good. Everyone's like, oh, those are great. I mean, I get it. I get it, right? But again, it's very tragic the trade offs you have to make, right? Like you can make a movie about someone slashing up whoever it is and make it not deep at all. But if you make it deep, and if you especially if you make it a critique, then it becomes really disturbing, right? And it becomes like really unpleasant to the point that most people will just completely write it off. But that's how you get away with making it. People don't understand it. Bobby, I think understands it. There are ways that you're allowed to make things. And it sounds conspiratorial, but I've seen enough to where I think it's really true. And Charles Carroll talks about this too. He even talked about it with Wes Anderson. It's like if Wes Anderson didn't put like little kind of things in, because there's alternative, you know, there's just like in Royal Tenenbaums, right? Like he's in love with his um adopted sister, right? Which it's not as bad as it could be, but it's still, you know, a little bit alternative, right? And if he didn't put those things in there, they probably wouldn't even get made. And I know that sounds really cynical and like negative, but you just got to be real about it. Like it really seems like after a point when you've seen enough movies and stuff, it's like unless it's like a G-rated family thing, subversive or whatever you want to call it. But do you guys know what I mean? So like Funny Games is a really good example. They wouldn't even be able to make it unless they made it completely unpleasant, because it's all about how like watching violence like destroys your soul, even if it's fake. You think they want to let that? Do you think they're gonna just let that get made without making it completely unpleasant for people? You know what I mean? And even then, it's not that bad. It's just very like painstaking. It's more painstaking than everything. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm saying if they didn't make it painstaking and so like dreadful, then it wouldn't get made because it would just be too real to like it would make people stop seeing horror movies. You know what I mean? It's an I mean, anyway. Takashi Mike, right? I saw one crazy ass movie from him that was super brutal from this banned episode from some horror anthology that he did, but I'm still saving Audition. I started watching it, but the quality was bad. So I gotta find a decent rip of it. I've heard it starts off very normal and then gets crazy. Is it and I know she's got a needle on the cover. Does it get gross? Tell me in advance if it gets like disgusting. Cause like again, I don't mind disturbing, but I'm not trying to really watch anything like disgusting, you know? But yeah, exactly. The good horror movies are those that are cautionary tales. Like and then nowadays they're making stuff like it's just too negative. Like I didn't even really like The Witch that much, and especially Hereditary. But I did like The Lighthouse, just barely, but I liked it because it was more in the lineage of stuff that I like. I mean, it's got the arty sensibility or whatever. It's black and white. Whoa, whatever. But hey, I'm sorry, but I like it. And I think people generally agree that it is better. But people love The Witch just because it's like a New England. The dialogue is old school and all that. I wouldn't be surprised. You guys might like it. Hereditary too, though, is just like too negative. Like even The Exorcist has like a positive ending. It's funny. I talked about it with my dad because he watched it. I almost felt bad that he watched it because he was like, oh, that's too much. That's way too negative. Kind of evil. It's kind of nice in a way. I get a lot of that sensibility from my dad as well. He's told me since I was very young. He's like, even if it's fake, it's like there's certain things you just don't want to watch. It's just bad for your soul, and certain things just don't like even like No Country for Old Men or something like that. Is too much sometimes. Um, like there was one review I read of that was true. That was like there's something weird where it feels like the Coens are almost like rooting for the evil, and that's how you know it's literally not good, right? The movie's pretty haunting though. Not my favorite Coen Brothers movie though. You can't even believe that they made like The Big Lebowski. It's like really. I like Fargo and I love The Big Lebowski, but um, I feel like I'm missing. I mean, the big three are Fargo, Lebowski, and No Country for Old Men. No Country for Old Men is just kind of overrated though. Um, it's good, but it's just meh. I mean, it's just so negative. I like the cop though. I like Tommy Lee Jones. Um, what's a Cohen movie though that I'm missing? I mean, I watched Blood Simple. That was sort of gross though. That's like their first movie, and I was like, what? This is insane. Um, the ending is cool though. Frances McDormand though, I love her. And I do love. Bobby mentioned this. I love Frances McDormand as the mom and Almost Famous. And I was thinking, I literally had thought the same thing once, Bobby, where it was like growing up is realizing that you know, the mom in Almost Famous is like the best character. She's the best, and she's funny too. Remember when she's like on the phone with oh my god, when she's on the phone with like the Billy Crudup guy, the rock star, and she's like she gets through a whole speech of telling them to like be careful with her son, and then she goes like but then she's like, be bold and mighty forces will come to your aid, like the you know about the performance, to do a good performance and all of that. I'm like, oh my god, she's so sweet, I love her. um yeah, she's good. Oh yeah, Burn After Reading. Yeah, that movie's kind of crappy. It's not that good. I mean, it's an interesting. They love to make movies about messed up people, and botched crime activities. Um, it's like it's alright. The Safdie brothers kind of are literally like the modern Coens with a more hectic, anxious style. But I actually liked Good Time and Uncut Gems. Those are actually pretty good. Um, Also, like kind of good messages in the end too, um, especially with Uncut Gems. Um, for the most part. That Deadpool scene, yeah, I forgot about that. I heard you guys, Eric was talking about that recently. He was saying he couldn't deal with that either. I gotta rewatch it. You see what he means? A little touch has to be made for stuff to be made, stuff with truth. I know it's really bizarre. I don't know why it is. I mean, it's funny to imagine some executives being like, "You got to put some messed up stuff in here. It's too truthful." But I honestly feel like there's something like that. I don't know why, but they have to do it. Um, so I haven't seen Audition. You might want to avoid each of the killer. Then it isn't like disgusting, disgusting, but it is fucked up and bloody. You know, that's like I know that movie, of course, but yeah, that goes either. It can go either way for me. You know, it's like maybe not. Um, I know, Bobby. Right? It's like there is something. That's literally how it probably goes. CJ says. Um, exactly. CJ. It's literally how it probably goes. CJ. Like it's just something to take into consideration when you see certain depictions that maybe they seem a little bit. I don't know. It's just something to realize, I guess. It's like because you can be like, oh, well, I didn't like this and that element, and it's kind of like, well, yeah, but they had to put that in there, or else it wouldn't have been made because they always got to put something in there that's unsavory. Ah, right. Hostel is horrible. Yeah, I was thinking about Hostel. Cabin Fever was probably one of the first. That movie's disgusting, but when I first watched it, after a certain point, it was sort of fun to watch because they had it on IFC. Because it gets sort of ridiculous. It's kind of a black comedy. Hostel has that too, but it's even worse. Because it's just torture porn. Eli Roth is the worst. Talentless. It really, really is. I mean, Cabin Fever and Hostel. I can't even believe Tarantino produced Hostel. Tarantino's a freak. I mean, I used to love him, and I still like him as like a film analyst kind of guy, but as far as a filmmaker, like he's so obsessed with violence. It's kind of sick. And people like anytime he gets asked about it, he throws like a little tantrum. And it's like he's like I've talked about it a million times. It's like actually I've seen so much from him, and I don't think he's ever actually addressed uh, the reality of the situation. Not once. I've only ever seen him throw a fit when he's asked about it. You know what I mean? It's like Tarantino, why do you make your movies so violent? And he'll be like, I don't have to answer these. I'm feeling attacked. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, but you've actually literally never addressed it. It's like, and it's literally like a main staple of your films. That and stealing from other people. Stealing from other people and violence are what Tarantino does best. And having this like conversational dialogue. I'm honestly, you guys, I could literally do what he does, like, and do it better. The kind of dialogue that he writes, people for some reason like to like piss themselves over it, but honestly, like it's easy to write stuff like that. You just have to have seen a lot of movies and just be like autistic. And then you can just write like that, you know? You know how they talk? They're always like it's like conversational. It's conversational, but it's kind of heightened. It's like, bro, I could literally just stream of conscious write that. Dude, you probably could, Bobby. I honestly feel like most people could if you're given the resources. That's the thing though, you don't get the resources, so they don't get made. I don't know. I keep smelling this sort of detergent. Sorry, it's kind of just triggering my autism. Whatever, it's not that bad, but just keep noticing. But I am gonna switch up the angle here. Here we go. Hello. Um. Yeah, thanks, Bobby. I know we gotta start like a production company. It's always been kind of a dream. It's always been kind of a dream of mine to have like a studio, like you know what I mean, like a studio and having like a rotating cast of people to that are like-minded, and just making stuff because I feel like that's how stuff gets done, and it's how you don't get co-opted too much, you know. It's like if you stay, I mean, you do have to be careful if you're getting like lots of people involved, but it's because it's actually not the more the merrier, right? It's actually the less the merrier. If I'm saying though, if you have like a little studio that's like independent and you have like 10 people who are like the people in the group, the collective, so to speak, and you have like a studio, that stuff is amazing. Like you can I feel like that's how you really can actually get stuff done and made. So yeah, it's a bit of a dream. And you're all invited. But yeah, that would be the thing, Bobby, It'd be like having people like us to kind of be on the same page about like what is good and like how to do it and just like not be compromised, you know. The only way that you can be uncompromised is to have money and people behind you, and then they can't touch you. I mean, it's a bit of a self-limiting thing, but what are you going to do? I mean, I'd rather be a bit limited and actually make good stuff than have all the resources and not even be able to make good stuff. Waste of time. It's pretty sad too. Because then you're just giving in to like the what other people want, the industry, what the industry wants. But I almost guarantee that it works like that. You know, you just need to get a Jewish friend. No joke though. Like, well, the guys from Cumtown are funny like that because they got Adam Friedland, but he's more than willing to kind of be the punching bag. But now he's got the Adam Friedland show, and they talked to Ariel Pink too, who's also Jewish, but he's like a MAGA guy, which is funny. But Nick Mullen is really the genius. And yeah, I love Nick Mullen. Stavros Halkias is okay, but he's meh. He's a bit of a plebe. Adam's kind of funny, but I don't know. I like that though. It was kind of like what Norm did with Adam Egget. It's so funny. I don't want to be too whatever about it, right? But there literally is something funny about that, where it's like you have a Jewish friend, right? But it's like Adam Friedland. His name's also Adam. Adam Egget. He's like kind of willing to be the punching bag, and Adam Friedland's kind of willing to be the punching bag. But in the end, they're probably helping to actually finance and get the work done. It's just that's a compromise that is sort of fun and funny. Um, I mean, I'm not saying it's just. I'm sure that that's how it works, though. Um, but it's mostly just a bit of an overrepresentation thing. I just like that because it's a little more even that way, you know? Because like that's how it should be, you know? It's like it's a give and take. It should be like that. It's like if you're gonna finance my project and just be and only provide that, then at least let me have you be kind of the punching bag of the show. You know what I mean? And not be like the attention whore. It's so weird. As soon as you said that, Bobby, I just because I didn't want to get into it too much and sound whatever derisive, but the thing you're saying, I literally was yeah, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. And the thing about it is that again, Trey Parker is the genius, but Matt Stone, he's all right, but he also perfectly admits that Trey Parker is the genius. So I don't even really know what Matt Stone. I mean, he does some of the voices, and he's obviously like a valuable asset. But I almost wonder if it's a similar thing. I almost wonder if he just helps get them financed or something. I don't know. It's just speculation. Okay, I'm not. I have no idea, but um, it's a different dynamic, but similar, right? Um, and it's not to say you gotta whatever let the goyim or whatever have the shine or something like, but there's plenty of that. I'm just saying when you're collaborating in that atmosphere, I like that idea because it just feels a little bit even, right? It's like, okay, you're helping me finance a project, but you're not really providing that much creatively. So let's make some Jew jokes and be able to be the punching bag a little bit. I mean, it's that seems fair. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that seems fair. Plus, it just shows that they're good sports too. You know what I mean? Just to be able to go along like that, and it actually and it has comedic value, like Adam Egid or Adam Friedland. I mean, it can be really funny because they're almost playing the straight guys, which has a certain place. Matt Stone, though, I actually don't really know exactly. All I know is he does a lot of the voices and he helps with the writing. Um, but yeah, he goes or Bobby goes. Matt is probably just a nice guy, but the entertainment execs see him as he's one of us, so definitely an asset that way. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm actually not really sure what their dynamic, like what his relation to the industry is. But it's like it's obviously it's Trey Parker who does like most of the work and he does all the music and everything. So and they both just kind of openly are like, yeah, Trey does most of the stuff. But I just remember Trey in the documentary, right? Being very gracious about it. He was just kind of like, well, it's like Van Halen. If you don't have I forget if he said Eddie Van Halen or if he said um someone else, not Sammy Hagar, someone else. He's like, but if you don't have so and so, then you don't have the then you're gonna want to see Van Halen. It's like that sucks. Who's in Van Halen? Who am I thinking of? Oh yeah, David Lee Roth, I think. Which is funny. Is that a Jewish name? I'm sorry, but like, wouldn't that be funny though if he's even making that reference and it's literally and then it's literally facts? Because I think that he's saying he's like Van Halen. Sorry, that he's like Eddie Van Halen. Yeah, he is Jewish. That's so funny. I really wonder if he meant that like in that way. because he's saying, I think he's comparing himself to like Eddie Van Halen and Matt Stone to David Lee Roth. Their words, not mine. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's just really funny because they're both the non-Jewish dynamos of the group, whereas the others are the kind of Jewish backbones of the group. You know what I mean? Hey man, it is what it is. You know, I don't. You know, I just think it's better that people talk about it as. I know why everyone gets so weirded out about it, but it's literally a fact. You know, I was talking to Chat GPT about it recently. I was like, because it is true. It's like, and this is the last thing I'll say about it because I don't want to get weird, right? But it's like, it is true that it's something like point two. Like it's a known fact that they're overrepresented in the industry. And there are many reasons for it, though. It's not necessarily a conspiracy. But it is just like a fact. And I'm just saying it's dumb to, you know, feel like you have to. I don't even know, tiptoe around it. Like, I mean, I get why people do, but well, because what are you gonna do? I mean, it hasn't even been 100 years since all that unpleasantness. You know what I mean? So the second you start talking about that, it's like sounds bad. Like where are you going with this? It's like, well, I'm going where get. I mean, but let's just have more diversity. You know what I mean? You try to come up with ways to sell it. You know what I mean? Look, if you want to be real, it should probably be something like more Christians and people of other faiths get involved, and more Christians and people of other faith don't get rejected. And also, a very very important fact. This is the last thing I'll say about it. Is like regard the Jew thing. It's like they're all secular too. Okay, so it's not like people are just talking about like Orthodox Jews or something like that, right? Or religious Jews at all. It doesn't matter. It's we're talking about like secular individuals, you know. Um, so it's just and who are Jews, so to speak, you know. And I mean Kanye, he got so much flack for that kind of talk, but the and he was funny about it, but the reason he said what he did, which where he was saying, um, what did he say? Well, because he said he called himself Jew as opposed to Jewish. This is getting a little spicy, but he the thing about that is that the ish is kind of like that of a Jew. Anyway, I'm just saying it's better to. It's not about the religion, okay? Because it's the religion is actually like good. It's about and I mean that. I really mean that. It's about the like falling from the faith and the all of that kind of thing. And whatever, man, you know, it's like you're good entertainers, you know, it's like it's a beautiful thing, but you know, come on. You're not allowed to talk about it. Again, I get why, but it's an open fact, you know? Even freaking ChatGPT is telling me. He's like, it is true. Right? It's like, keep in mind, however, that it's not necessarily a conspiracy. I'm like, I know. It's not about a conspiracy. Anyway, right? Let's not be too freaky. But it's an atheist thing. It's a secular thing, you know, and it's like people of all kinds, Christians too, right? It's you want to be part of the club without, you know, having to do the work to do the you know what I mean? You're not actually religious, you know. And it's everybody these days, you know. But it's all pretty simple and it's not even conspiracy stuff. It's like, you know, traits and things of being higher openness and creativity and certain intelligence, and then having a performer element to your personality, plus yeah, there's a certain amount of nepotism and all of that kind of thing, and you add it up and you just have like this sort of disproportionate representation. But that shouldn't be like a scary, you know what I mean, boogeyman topic, I guess. But it is, though, because of just the connotations, because people wind up taking it too far and getting all evil about it. But again, I want to. It's a really important delineation. It's like we're not talking about secular folks who are quote unquote Jewish and things like that, and not Jewish for that matter. Uh, that's all I have to say about it. And but whatever. I don't expect to be able to really have this conversation in public for at least another 20 years, you know? And plus, Kanye just handled it terribly. You know what I mean? Oh, did you guys see the Destiny and Milo debate? That was embarrassing for Milo, unfortunately. I liked some of the stuff that he was saying, but he was a terrible representative for Christianity, at least. I mean, this Christian nationalism thing. Ugh, that was a mess. I don't know what you guys thought of that, but I know it's like it's hard to discuss without having to be fe about it. But it is how I feel genuinely. I mean, if you, I don't know, if you caught me on a bad day. I mean, I might be a little mean about it, but I genuinely think that's what I just explained is the way that it is, and it's not even like a conspiracy. It's just whatever it is. Like, what do you call it? Just what I explained. But I don't want to dwell on it too long, but that's the conversation that needs to be had rather than any kind of like finger pointing. But I can only you can only dream, or and able to be able to talk about things without like from having any kind of distance from the groupism, as Eric says. The second you get into that stuff, I mean, Kanye talking to Lex Friedman, for example, and Lex Friedman was like, well, call out the individuals. He's got a point. It kind of just goes back and forth like this. That's why Kanye, like, it's just stupid. Anyway, yeah, Lino, I probably might head out somewhat soon, but yeah, we're still kind of just talking about some good stuff. But yes, everyone wants to kind of have their groups, and that's fine to an extent, right? But you do want to have the individuality first and foremost, in my opinion. I mean, like, being balanced in that way. Um, Honestly, it's 10 times more. Look, this is the last thing I'll say. That's a little whatever weird, but it's like 10 times cooler if a Jewish person is religious than not. Because it's like it's just like with anybody else, right? It's like, oh, I see, you're one of the smart ones, right? I don't have time for that. I'm Oh, okay, I see. So you're just like 80% of people, you know? I think it's way cooler if you're like into it. You're like, no, I'm heavily Judaic. You know what I mean? That's based. You know what I'm saying? That's way more based. Like if you're like Sam Harris or something, you know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, I see. I see how it is. I didn't even know Sam Harris. I didn't know Sam Harris was Jewish until recently. But again, he's secular. You know, it's like, look, it's not surprising. I'm just saying it's cooler. Anyone being like, you know, it's, oh yeah, no, like I take my faith seriously. That's why for all the flack that like Shapiro gets, I actually kind of like that he's serious. You know what I mean? Because he's Orthodox. So you know, whatever. Anyway, that's all I really got on that. But I like that. So anyway, Alex destroyed Destiny. I mean, are you talking about Alex Jones? I didn't see that. Alex Jones, he's funny, but he's kind of a goofball, like a pro wrestler. He might be controlled opposition. Even Kanye. Look, I like Kanye though. He kind of helped get me into some of the. Well, not his, obviously. Just his work got me more somewhat into the Christian stuff and the some of the gospel stuff, especially the music. Again, people don't like Jesus is King, and they don't like. Oh, well, I guess Sunday Service Choir is all right, but that stuff's pretty good. Then he did Donda, which was like, it's good, but it's like him making his bid. Like the second Jay Z comes on, I'm like, I see. But it's cool. He got everyone like not cursing and you know having like a. There's still like a singular vision, but man, he screwed up. Like, what do you guys think? I mean, it's people have been saying for years, like, oh, Kanye, that's the thing he's done. You know, I don't know. Is he ever really done? I mean, you know. Plus, did you guys see that fucking hilarious thing? I'm sorry to curse, but it's just so funny when he posted recently after the whole Jewish scandal thing. You know, he you know the comments that he made. He was like he was like I like Jews again because of 21 Jump Street or 22 Jump Street or something because of Jonah Hill. He was like, I'm sorry. He's like, you know, shouts out to the Jews. Like, I realize, like, I have to be better about it because this movie is really funny. I'm like, oh god. I'm sorry, that was loud, but that just. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, he's so weird, man. He is like full fledged, like an MK Ultra victim. You know what I mean? And just like bipolar. He literally is, but I mean, whatever. I don't know. I thought that was just so stupid, but also funny. He's literally me. He's or us or who, you know what I mean? Like, just like I was feeling very iffy on the Jews, but then I watched this funny movie with Jews in it, and now I love them again. I'm like, oh my gosh, come on, you guys! Like that's funny and like more relatable than I think people, you know, want to think it is, right? Oh, I would never, um, you know what I mean? Come on, right? You're as if you're not easily swayed, and you know, I mean, I don't want to project, but you know, as if people aren't generally easily swayed enough, like you wouldn't watch like a funny movie and be like, oh, those Jews, they're all right, you know, or something stupid, you know. Humans are just silly like that. Come on, it's better to have a laugh, you know. I mean, it's obviously it's not funny when it gets evil, but you know, something good like that. I mean, that's funny. It's stupid, but you know. But yeah, I know. It's like I thought Jay Z, like the head of the Illuminati and everything, right? And I thought Kanye, I thought they weren't cool. Yeah, Jay Z's weird. Beyonce's weird. Jesus King wasn't bad. It's still Kanye. You can't expect every album to be their best, especially as they get older. It just feels like unfinished, which again is very weird. Like, I swear, it's like less than a half hour. Weird. Like I swear, it's again one of those things where you're like, this wouldn't have gotten made if it was, you know, like amazing, right? Wouldn't have gotten made. I'm sorry. You think they wanted him putting out an album called Jesus is King? Absolutely not. And then everyone did it's the most to completely deride the album. And again, they don't understand that in order for that album to be made, it had to be unfinished. It had to be not the most amazing thing ever. Because if it was the most amazing thing ever, it would all be over. You know what I mean? It's exactly what I'm saying, Ruben. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like sometimes I can get a little carried away, but I like to come on here because it's a very helpful environment to air out these kinds of thoughts and try to, be mindful in a way that's like good. You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It is good, and I like the Sunday service choir stuff. Um, oh, yeah, I gotta eat something soon. Um, if SI, I'm not sure if SI would bother with all that. Any YouTube chat about her? What? Yeah, I mean, maybe he's trolling, but I don't know. I don't think he was. He's kind of a dummy, like Kanye. I mean, even in that Lex Friedman interview, like he, the something that made me cringe about it was he was like writing stuff down, and he was like, "I'm gonna write this down," like acting like he's a genius, but then like absolutely nothing he said was genius. Don't get me wrong, I like him and everything. It's just like I don't think he's a genius. I don't think I'm a genius. I don't think you know what I mean? Like most people are not geniuses. What do you guys think about this? I was thinking this recently. Maybe a little genius idea, but no. I mean, but seriously, I might be stealing this. I don't know, but um the I've been thinking lately that what a real genius does is combines what is new with what is good. Is that a thing that people think? Because I really might have stolen that. Jordan Peterson said it or something, you know? But I feel like there's something to that. Like, so in that sense, there is certain stuff. Well, it's funny because I actually thought of Jordan Peterson. That's why Jordan Peterson isn't that genius, is because he's like pretty good, but he doesn't really do anything new. Kanye is interesting in that way, but he's too focused on like he thinks he's breaking ground and like a lot of times he's not even that good of a lyricist, you know? He's not even that good of a lyricist. Like on that single Wash Us in the Blood, and he's like it's funny, but it's like stupid. He's like they want me to be calm, like they want me to be Kanye. That's what I call him, Kanye. I'm like, are you being like zapped by like Men in Black, like to say stuff that's just stupid? Because this is what it sounds like. This is a bad line, but it's also funny. I get what he's saying. It's just he's just like not a genius. I'm sorry. Nah, but don't get me wrong. I would like be so happy to meet him. I've literally had dreams that I've like met Kanye. I had a dream that I hugged Kanye once. I'm sorry, I did. So I don't want to um blow my shot of ever meeting him. As if dream though. Could you even imagine? That'd be so fucking cool. Um so you need some product. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, talking about yes. Thanks, Lino. Yeah, guess you second art. It's like oh yeah. I think it must be a thing. So he's all right, but it's just sometimes with those lyrics and things and stuff, I'm just kind of like, I don't really know if like a genius would write this, you know? Like like I'll never forgive him for on that like beautiful song, the first part of the of Father Stretch My Hands from Pablo. And it's just a beautiful song. And then he comes in on the verse. I don't even want to say it because it's kind of gross, but he's just like, what does he say? He's like, I got bleach. He's like, I just fucked with this model. She just bleached her asshole. And he goes, if I get bleach on my t-shirt, I'ma feel like an asshole. I'm like, dude, you just fucking ruined the song. You're insane. But again, though, honestly, you have to wonder. It's like, was he made to put that? Like the song would be like too beautiful, like that wouldn't be allowed. Shit like that really gets me thinking. It's so crazy. You know what I mean, though? Because that song is great. He's got Kid Cudi on the hook. It's a beautiful morning. Dun, 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 dun. Sand in the water. I just want to feel liberated. Yeah, yeah. And it's just like amazing. You got like a choir. I'm sure it's like stolen from something, but whatever, right? And it just sounds so good. It's like really uplifting. And then suddenly he comes in with that verse about about assholes, and it's just like the worst thing ever. I'm like, why? Gross, dude. But he does stuff like that all the time. That's just the one that I think of all the time. And people like I remember listening to that with my friend, and we both like. I mean, he's not even this friend of mine. He's not even like religious or whatever. And this was years ago, like, he's like, there's just certain things that it doesn't even matter who you are. You're just gonna agree. It's like, yeah, that's a dumb like bad line. It's like, come on. It's like he'll just do interesting. He like throws curveballs, but like they're not good. They're not like really good curveballs. I don't know. Anyway, you get the idea. Pretty funny though. I mean, he's a character. I just wonder though if I mean, he'll be fine after the whole recent stuff. It's just, I don't know. He's weird. And I say he's weird because like he just feels very like he's constantly in this like weird like fight with the industry. And I don't know. I just kind of feel like he might be kind of compromised. I can't tell if he's struggling against the Matrix or if he's part of it. Do you know what I mean? And then I almost kind of feel like he's part of the, not to be like schizo, but it just kind of sometimes seems like he's part of the conspiracy because he's not really doing anything good. I mean, the Christian stuff was good, right? But then it's like, it's almost like literally, like, just listen, right? Just for 2 seconds, right? He's doing Jesus is King. He's getting the Sunday service choir. Everything's like good. It's like, oh my gosh, he's going to be like religious now and good. Then suddenly, like, he's freaking talking about Jews and being insane. And then he's freaking, doing Donda, which was still pretty good, but just like overly long. And he's getting, Jay-Z on there and everything. And it's just like, what? It's cool because, look, he got everyone not cursing and it's pretty pro-Christian and good. But it's still just like, oh, sorry. Well, he came out with Donda first. Sorry. He came out with Donda and then he started doing all the Jew stuff. And that's just kind of like, oh, you know? So what I'm saying is it's almost like someone is like whispering to him being like, hey, you have to like screw up now. You know? You have to screw this up. We can't have things that are too good. Not to be pessimistic, but you save that for the Hallmark Channel. You know what I mean? If it's Kanye West, Kanye West, then I don't know. They just start getting to him. They're like, Kanye, you got to screw up now. But it honestly could just be that he's bipolar and all that. I have no idea. How do you even No. He'll always be pretty interesting and good though. I don't honestly, I don't even know what he could say and do at this point that would I mean, I'm not huge on I still haven't watched the Alex Jones thing because I'm just the political theater. I can just do without it. This all started. This all started when he got into fashion. Okay, and now he's a fascist. I'm just kidding. No, but that's funny though, right? But he started off. This all dates back to when he got into fashion, and he was like, "I can do anything. Like I'm a genius." It's all when he did Yeezus, and he started thinking he was Jesus, right? And then the ego, just such an ego, and then he gets. Look, I know that's like the biggest cold take, but let's be real. He's got a big ego. And I'm sorry, but that's why he liked Trump and, all this stuff, right? Blah, blah, blah. All the talking points, the leftist talking points that are going to keep me on air on the stream. See, I have to be saying stuff too. No, I'm joking, but God forbid. No, the most that I do is I cushion things with FE things so that I don't get completely fucking canceled. But to be honest, I don't have to do that much because it's like the Jew thing, right? I deftly maneuvered that just now of my own accord brilliantly because it is how I feel about it. You just have to have the right opinions and you don't even have to do anything. No, I'm kidding. But now I'm always learning. And again, I sometimes have to catch myself before being too crazy or whatever, right? But you get the idea though. Like, you really do have to wonder sometimes if people are getting like prodded with a cattle prod. You don't get that famous without having a number, rich and famous, get without having a number done on you. Like he can rage against the machine from his safely whatever mansion in Beverly Hills, because he's got money and people. That's all that you need. People are like, dude, he lost $1 million, and he can't work with Adidas now. Okay, he's still got millions, and he's still got plenty of people to collaborate with. It's like, and I was so happy to see someone finally mention this when that Dilbert guy, that recent thing with the Dilbert guy, like people were talking about him, and Charles, again, I'm always mentioning him, but Charles Carroll was talking about it, and he was just like, well, let's see those bank statements, right? Let's see some of those bank statements. And that's all you need to say. I know exactly what it is, right? Because there's money in this stuff too, right? You get canceled. You're the guy who makes Dilbert, right? And Dilbert sucks, right? Boring ass comic, not funny. And then, but it is, I guess, about like the working man or whatever. It's a very interesting kind of parallel, right? Working man, white man, whatever. And then now he's saying stuff about black people because of a study that came out. There was a study that came out that said something. I don't want to misquote it, but it was something like 40. What was it? Well, this was the reality of the situation. So it was like 20% of no 30 when asked about, do you love white people or something, like Jesse Lee Peterson or something, right? Like, how do you feel about white people? It was like 20% of black people said they just didn't like white people. Then 30% of black people said they weren't sure. 20 to 30% said they weren't sure. So, fittingly, conservative media then took that and they said, and again, this is based on one study, right? And they said 50% of black people don't like white people, right? So you see how this goes, right? It's like, okay, so now you've got people saying half of black people don't like white people and they don't want to be around white people and stuff like that. So then this Dilbert guy sees that, goes online and is like, I've tried to be the good guy for years and now I'm saying, hey, so then the big quote was, he said, to get the hell away from them or something like that, which is like really positive, good advice, right? It's like, no, I'm obviously being sarcastic. It's like terrible because it's like just more division, right? Completely like missing the point, you know? And then he's what? He's a canceled hero now, right? So Charles Carroll is saying, you know, let's see those bank statements, you know what I mean? Cuz you become a hero now. It's just crazy, interesting times, you know? Because it's like Andrew Tate, right? So like Ben Shapiro was correct about this too. He goes, the reason I didn't even finish watching the video. All I needed to get out of it was in the first from this one quote. He goes, "Look, people like Andrew Tate because he's transgressive. So it all makes perfect sense, right? You put up these boundaries. You say, well, you can't say that, and you can't say this. So then when someone does say something, even if it's fucking stupid and like divisive, um, purposefully, you're a hero now because you're a canceled legend, right? So it's all crap. You know what I mean? And this is why I've been so disenfranchised with conservative stuff lately because it's like they're not even interested in doing anything really good. A lot of them, at least, you know, they just want to stir the pot and have you thinking everything's horrible. Oh, like the fucking Dylan Mulvaney thing, you know? It's like shut the hell up. Honestly, I would rather have look, maybe this is kind of a hot take. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone say this yet, but I'm going to say it. I would rather someone like Dylan Mulvaney be prancing around and being sort of I know they're manic, a little bit manic and all of that, but being like positive and like goofy than these like um you know self-serious like academic types who happen to be, you know, who are trans or whatever, you know what I mean, who are just like miserable and pessimistic, you know what I mean. But then Bud Light gets I see, and now I'm talking about it. But I'm gonna keep it short because I'm telling you, I hate this stuff. Or I say I dislike this stuff, you know? Because they got some Dylan Mulvaney bouncing around, and then you've got him on the Bud Light commercial, and now it's like Kid Rock is like shooting beers. You know, we're done with Bud Light. It's like Bud Light's a horrible beer. You're gonna stop. Oh, good, congratulations. And I'm just saying, it's again, you have to see one more Daily Wire thing. You know what I mean? Of like, it's insane. And I almost guarantee you that behind closed doors, Dylan Mulvaney and Candace Owens and all of them, they're all laughing all the way to the bank, having a good old laugh. You know what I mean? Listen, you're gonna be hating me. I'm gonna hate you, and then it's gonna be good for business. Shake hands, right? Look, it's, you know, and some of those guys from the Daily Wire, they're all right, you know, but I'm just I don't like the pot stirring and just the focus, the inordinate focus, and they all focus on the same things. It's like, how about talk about something good? And again, I'm sorry, I'd rather have some silly, kind of funny Dylan Mulvaney type than some self serious academic telling me how to what pronouns and what, you know what I mean, what words I got to use. I'm sorry, you know. I honestly wonder. I honestly start to wonder, like maybe it's because people actually start to feel weird about their sexuality when they see this stuff. I know that's a very cold take, but I'll say it. I don't care. They're seeing Dylan Mulvaney and they're getting confused because they're like a feminine kind of, "Hi, I'm Dylan Mulvaney," and then you're like a really serious conservative type guy, and you're just like, "I this is making me feel weird." Oh, right. So you would rather have like the shaved head, book smart person lecturing you. I, do you know what I'm saying though? I don't know. I don't. It's That's just my vibe on it. And I'm saying It's all part of the same thing. The Dilbert guy. It's just there's money in all of it. I sound like Winston's mom, but it's true. The follow the money. Come on, right? Let's take a look at those bank statements, buddy. I'm really struggling and suffering now since I said I don't like black people. You just gained an entire new audience. Shut the hell up. You know what I mean? They're gonna kill me. I don't know, maybe, but I mean, it's all just. I don't quite buy it, right? The cancel culture. The cancel culture, the woke. Yo, I'm getting tired of it all. You know, it's like let's bring back I don't want to say nuance, but something, right? Sense, common sense. I don't know. I think it's like we've just been so bereft of any kind of commonsensical elements that now, if frickin' Dilbert guy starts talking about how he doesn't like black people, people are like, "Whoa, what a hero!" You know, if Andrew Tate comes out talking about, you know, how all women are bad and whatever, you know, sluts. People are like, this guy, I want to be like him. He's a badass. Yo, I was on this chick's chat the other day, and this dude was saying that Tate and Jordan Peterson are like the same person coming from different angles. I'm like, yo, how can you even say that? Like, I get it that Jordan Peterson is not a genius necessarily, like I said, but he is on a different planet better than someone like Andrew Tate. I mean, am I wrong on this? Like, that's like comparing Jordan Peterson to Andrew Tate. There is no, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I was thinking this. I was thinking it's like comparing cats and dogs because they both have 4 legs or something. You know, I don't know. That sounded smart. I thought that sounded smart, so I used it. But anything to make me look smart and good. No. But yeah, Bobby, I know I've started unsubscribing from a lot of stuff. But the point still stands though. It's like we're so hung up on these I get the whole thing of being like all the stuff with the kids and everything, you know? But when it comes to like I don't know. I guess it's all kind of related. I get it's not like I'm thrilled, you know what I mean, about some Dylan Mulvaney or whatever. But I don't know, man. Just having all that stuff, having your feed cluttered up by Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light material just has a way of you know, getting grating. It really it winds up being enough to start me being just like, okay, honestly, like, what are you, gay? Come on. Like, enough about this guy. This girl, whatever. Whatever, right? He is not he. You know? Like, is this all you have in life? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, just hating on trans people. You know, I get it. There's a serious like overrepresentation, you know, but they're like still like 1% of people, so it's just like anything else, you know. It's just like you want to proportionately cover these things, but in my opinion, that's the thing. Daily Wire and so forth, they like perpetuate it in some way, you know. They're like, it's like this, right? You're like, man, I'm so tired of hearing about all these trans people. They're only 1% of the population, and they're like 20% of the talking about in the media. What gives? Let's talk about it and make tons of videos about it. It's like, ugh, how do you not see, right? Like, I don't know what that is, if that's NI or whatever that is, right? But it's like, okay, how are you people not seeing that you're still just being enslaved, right? Not you guys. You know what I mean, though. The content creators. And it's an obvious answer. Because there's money in it. Because they're getting the bucks. They're getting money off of it. Easy answer. You know what I mean? And they'll tell you, oh, it's because of my values. And I don't like seeing this stuff. It's like, okay, well, 5 videos was enough, Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? Like 10 videos was enough. We don't need 50 videos on Dylan Mulvaney because he confuses your penis. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I know that's like the first lowest fucking shot, but it gets to a point, you know? Believe me. For years and years, I try to not take those kinds of like low shots. I'm over it now, you know? It's like it is what it is. You talk about it enough, it starts to get weird, you know? And if anything, just that you're bought out. It's like, okay, either you're like bought out, you're perpetuating conflict, you're being divisive, or you're just like obsessed with trannies. Okay, though. I like saying tranny though. I'm sorry. I know that that's not PC, but PC, ho. I'm going to get a lot of views because I'm going against the PC police just like everyone else. You know what I mean? Hey, look, I prefer, you know what I mean. It's just once something starts getting too popular, I've talked about it. It just starts to get silly. I'm a little bit like, all right, well, what's really going on here, right? Like, can't stop talking about trans people. Like, you know, I agree with the whatever, blah, 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 but it's just kind of like, gets a little bit obsessed. Let's see the JP guy. Yeah, I mean, I like JP. I mean, I really, he's one of the people I think of when I think of people I've internalized a bit of, actually. You know, when I was talking about that, it was a good Shapiro. Yeah, I didn't even mean to do that, but I do a good Shapiro voice. Do you defend Jordan Peterson against Eric? Well, yeah, Eric just doesn't like everybody. No, I mean, he doesn't like I don't really know why he doesn't like Peterson, but it's just very like him to not like him. I'm not subsidiary, so I'm not oversaturated as you're making you probably want to think differently. No, it's just like I'm glad to see people speaking out about like having weird like trans indoctrination stuff in the classrooms or whatever, and you know whatever the surgery stuff. I hate even talking about it because it's just uncomfortable, but it's like no, like kids should not be really being told about that stuff or whatever, blah blah blah, right? Very basic take. Um but when you're fucking fixated on all day every day on Dylan Mulvaney, the new Bud Light fucking whatever, I'm like, shut up. You know? But what are you guys talking about here? Scared of the conflict about oh, right. Yeah, that's another sort of thing with Eric. You want to be not in the direction of the wrath sort of when that sort of happens, but no, Peterson's pretty good. It's just but even he's getting into but now that he's with the Daily Wire and it's like I mean, he did kind of start off with the trans thing, but it was about language, you know, it wasn't so much about I don't know, man. I don't know. It just sometimes feels a little much ado about nothing. Like I mean, how many trans people do you guys know? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a real question, you know? You know, it's like I agree like if it's 1% of people, it shouldn't be like 20% of the content. But I just think some of these conservatives, they're just feeding the beast more. And then they wind up giving ammo to people on both sides who either they use it for violent rhetoric or then the others see that and they say, oh, look, they're so violent and horrible. It's like, no, we kind of just don't want, you know, drag queens in the classroom, you know, like pretty simple, right? But it gets turns into this other thing of like, and there's tons of trans people and gay people and stuff who agree with that. And then they get famous. Then they get rich and famous because there's just such a clamoring for common sense, whatever. I'm just saying, be wary of that. It's if there's one thing that, well, no, Winston's mom is pretty wise. I don't want to say there's one thing, but she is right about some of that warfare, you know? Um, like fucking Tucker Carlson. I don't like him, and I feel like he's bought out. Joe, he's good. He's not on Fox News anymore. He's gonna get the he's well, whatever, whatever. Right, and now he's a free speech warrior. Come on, do better, you guys. No, I don't know. I don't like his style. You look at every single. Let's let's go take a look. Hold on. It's not even rocket science. Like it's. Wait. It's like every video he does is always like there's something wrong. I've said this a million times, but it's worth repeating. He may be a decent guy, I don't know, whatever, but I just don't like his attitude. He's not really very original. I don't know. I'm trying to open this up. Yeah, that slidey. Right, right. That slidey eyebrows, confused slash concerned look, Tucker. It's like, ugh, fuck off. The trans people are in the classrooms. Hmm. Is it me? Or a few years ago, was that utterly unthinkable? But now, the Dems want you gay. When did this happen? I always talk about the Nick Mullen impression of him. My penis fell off. I'm growing breasts, and I'm turning into a woman. When did this start happening? Yeah, it's like the whole joke is like, bro, you're doing it to yourself. But anyway, nobody's perfect. You know what I mean? It's like I get that. It's just sort of like shaking your fist at the sky. The thing about people like Tucker Carlson, right, is he's not convincing anyone that already. It's like Steven Crowder, right? Change my mind. It's like, okay, well, your mind's not being changed, and no one else's minds are being changed. How is this anything but masturbatory? I just, I don't trust any of them. They all suck. Now Steven Crowder's in trouble for like berating his pregnant wife. Oh god. So funny. There has been a lot though of this kind of new stuff going on. Of just all this kind of nonsense. But I don't know. It's just soap operas for quote unquote smart people. You know what I mean? Political theater, man. Steven Crowder, see, he's like, why did you ever even think he was that good? Like, I always knew there was something about him. It's like, you think? Hold on. Why do people's minds have to be changed? I mean, if not, what are you doing? You're just jacking off. You know? And Tucker Carlson, like, they're just like speaking to and for people that are like, yeah, just go back to being libertarian, Bobby. It's so funny. Yeah, that's funny. I didn't know he was, but it's, you can be conservative leaning, but I don't know, whatever, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's like, honestly, you might as well just go watch Bill Maher complaining about, you know what I mean, for Tucker Carlson. They're like the same person. Actually, Bill Maher at least is probably a little bit funnier. Yeah, I don't love him, but oh, Tucker Carlson's got a new show on Twitter. No, it's not about the people watch. I'm not dumping on people for watching it necessarily. I'm dumping on them for not doing anything other than paying lip service to their audience that they already have. Like, you're never going to hear someone ever be like, you know, I was a super liberal left wing person until I started watching Tucker Carlson. Like, that's just a hilarious, like, that's funny to even imagine because it would never happen. But is it the primary virtue to changing one's minds? Like, no, it's just a sort of thing that I see that's not helpful. Oh, like, look at all this horror. Hold on, look. This is too funny. Wait. I mean, it doesn't have to, it just doesn't interest me. I don't know. I've never been very political. I'm freaking, you know, it wasn't until stuff started getting so basic that even I felt like I could comment on it that I was interested. Up until like recently, I feel like it was all about like the economy and like keeping things running. And now it's become about like race and sex and gender and culture. And so that stuff I feel like, oh, okay, I can wrap my head around that and comment on. But now it's just so I don't know. It's just I'm not political like that. I mean, I'm more conservative than I thought that I was a few years ago, but mostly just culturally, kind of. Yo, I'm just trying to get this thing up, and it's being wacky. Oh, okay. AOC screaming. I don't know. It just becomes like a blur of like white noise and indigestion. Like, even just seeing this thumbnail right here like stresses me out a little bit. You know what I mean? Does anyone else like feel that stress from that thumbnail? You know what I mean? Hold on. Get rid of Monica. Get this good stuff going. This is what the people like. Just ugly, ugly people screaming. Dude, AOC is not hot. She's like a manic witch. Nah, AOC's the what? They all just suck. No one in politics is good. How do you like that? No one. Not a single solitary one. Ron DeSantis looks like a blowhard. He's probably a dickhead. Just because this person doesn't like trannies or whatever doesn't make them good. Right? Oh, they're in the schools. All right, well, let's get them out of the schools. Then you don't even have a fucking platform. No, you know what? I bet they're keeping them in the schools so that you have a platform. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised. I bet trans people are keeping Ron DeSantis in business. No, I don't know. Not trans people, but the drag queen freaks. The real crazies. Look, again, I follow a pretty diverse amount of people on Instagram. I go to the Drag Queen Storytime Hour page. No one follows them. People aren't actually into this stuff. It's like a very weird fringe group of people that would be like, that's actually good. I don't know. Maybe it's more than I think, but I don't know. Again, this is what I got into last time on stream. I mean, what do you guys see in your lives? No, yeah, I don't know. I'm ironically I'm being a little bit judgmental because I tend to judge people a lot on their faces and things, Like look at Tucker here, just and look at that shitty color scheme. Looks like crap. Looks like straight up crap. Why does it look brown and green like shit? You know what I mean? Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. I'm having a new Twitter show. Because Twitter is really good now. Fuck off. AOC medium all down. It's just his stupid face. I don't know. He just looks like a dweeb. But I did want to. Hey, John Mouse, the legend. 12 hours ago, Tucker Carlson calls out woke Fox News. Oh, good lord. This all makes me sick. Jimmy Fallon. It's just back and forth, do. And this guy, Tucker Carlson, blah, 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 blah. Dude, how about they all suck? Okay, I just wanted to find this whole comical long list of titles where they're just all the same. Look at him, and he's just laughing like a smarmy douchebag. He just looks like a douchebag. I'm sorry, Right? It's hard to believe that this is happening. Ah, I'm scared. I'm so scared, Tucker. Help! What are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna get really angry and pissed off. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, but what about something good? What about what good? Well, I'm going to do a show on Twitter and I'm going to look like this. Making so much money while you're all living in fear. The Dems. No, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm the first to be whatever, right? But I just look at this. He looks kind of cute here. Back when he was a little cutie. Oh my God, is that Steve Jobs? Look at Steve Jobs. Tucker Carlson planning war on Fox News. I'm sure it'll be really good, right? Anything with war. I love war. I just can't get enough of it. War. And more war, please. I like it. I actually enjoy it. Because I actually want the world to end. And yeah, I like it. It's good. I'm preparing for war. Whoa, he's gonna go to war with the fox. Whoa, that's so badass. That is so badass. Good for him. It's not like he has tons of money and tons of fans that will support anything he does forever and ever. And that it's not even difficult at all. Anyone who looks like this, I just love. No, I don't know. I'm just being superficial. But the one thing that I can't stand is the titles and things where they're just all. I can't find them. Watch they scrubbed it though. Look, I'm open to whatever. It's just uh when people have that attitude, I just don't enjoy it. And you just know that they're laughing all the way to the bank. I'm sorry, I just watch though. If they took it down, it is a little weird if they took down his stuff. But there have been people talking about it. There's videos from conservatives. They're like, "Is Tucker Carlson really on our side?" And there's lots of people who don't think that he's really that he's bought and sold. You know, Tucker Carlson tonight. That was the president of the United States. This is a dark moment in our history. Honestly, fuck Elon Musk too. Fuck them all. Sorry, maybe I'm being a little black pilled, but I just don't trust any of them. He's going against the woke. Yeah, whatever. Tucker, this is a dark moment in our history. Elon Musk, things are getting weird fast. Something about aliens. Shut up. Tucker Carlson, this will make you sick to your stomach. You know I love that. You know I love that. Oh, nice. Let's listen to Kyle Rittenhouse, who looks like a lesbian woman. Sorry, it's just... he's weeping. No, I don't know. You can't demand. I get it. You know, you can't demand this kind of perfection from people. You know, it's just. It's just all kind of silly sometimes. You know, Tucker, this is wrong. Tucker Carlson, no sane person wants this. Look, I hear you. I'm not. And then you got some guy in here. Fear is a control mechanism. I mean, okay. And then right down here, Tucker never thought we'd be in this position. This would give the government terrifying power. This is infuriating. Why are we allowing this? They care more about pronouns than human life. I mean, I hear you, right? It's just, you know, why don't they want this war to end? That's what it says here. But it's funny because that's a good question for everyone, you know? Well, because it's never going to end. And because you're going to take a side and it's just always going to be a war. Oh, look, Chicken Lady tells Tucker why she doesn't drink alcohol. Oh, I'm sorry. I had this off a little bit. Anyway, whatever. I'll stop being black-pilled. Hold on. No, I'm sure San Francisco is a hellhole. Even California's pretty bad these days. It's just that Latin booty. No, I don't. Cortez, Crazy Eyes Cortez, right? She's wacky. Something crabs. I know. I like saying that's crap. Um, Gutfeld is all right. I like him and Cat Timp. They're at least kind of funny. I like the red eye stuff. That stuff is pretty cool. Nick Mullen was on there. I don't know if it was that Ariel Pink got them. Go to CNN and roast their videos. Uh-oh, Jordan Peterson's here. Look at this, though. This is an appalling situation, and it will get worse, I'm sure. Let's see. Yo, look, dude! I just fucking guessed it. It will get worse. Fuck off. How about this? Jordan Peterson sucks now. How about that? He sucks. Because he's bought out by Ben Shapiro, and he... It's so sad. Nah, well, whatever. I mean, look, if I was going to choose the side or whatever, there's no one on the left anymore, you know, who has any of this kind of like personality. But I also have no clue who's even on the left anymore that's not Destiny. I literally don't know anyone. And I don't mind Destiny, but let's see what's going on at CNN. Oh, well, Don Lemon got fired. Do you know that Don Lemon actually used to be pretty not conservative, but relatively conservative? I watched this crazy clip recently of him being like they got fired on the same day. I'm telling you, it's just fucking weird. Like, really? Oh, really? They got fired on the same day? Yeah, because they're fucking for the same, all on the same team. Vosh is the worst. Oh God, I can't stand him. Stupid attitude, but I mean, they're out on the same day. Get out of here. CNN reporter to male bosses, we don't want to date you. It's from 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Whoa. That was when Me Too was getting big. Guys, it all started with Tumblr. That's my feeling. The thing about CNN though is like they don't have the same focus. They try to be like the smart, good, you know, it's a different brand. But they don't try to grab you. I mean, they do have a lot of Ukraine propaganda. Sean Hannity looking like this. Gutfeld, though, talking about the left. What's left of CNN? They just don't have the same pop. Trump won't say whether he wants Russia or Ukraine to win war. Well, you know, maybe they just hide it better, but they definitely don't have the same, you know, titles, the fear-mongering titles and things. But I also was specifically searching out Don Lemon. I mean, Tucker Carlson and then Don Lemon, but who does even CNN have? They're just boring. Oh my God, they have the same lawyer. It's insane. No, I'm not saying they're smarter. I'm saying they are they try to promote, they try to, you know, give that impression. So they're like very careful not to, they don't have titles like there is something wrong and, you know, things are getting worse. You know, they just don't do that. Which that's not even necessarily being smart. They just, well, put it this way, they are smart about not coming off fear mongering, I guess. But they probably just hide it better. Is the AI boom driving a global killer robot arms race? I can't stand all this crap about AI. Like, shut up. Ugh, I can't stand their logo though on everything. Oh God, I'm feeling MK Ultra just scrolling through this. You know. Sanjay investigates quote unquote weed part one. What does that mean? Quote unquote. Hey buddy, it's Sanjay. You know, we've been. That's funny that they put it in quotes, man. That's based. I love CNN. I'm just kidding. Dude, Mitch McConnell is fucking horrifying. Who looks like that? He looks like, honestly, he scares me with how disgusting he looks. He looks like death himself. When they get these ex-CIA people. Cool, let's hear them. I don't know, I mean, it's interesting, but it's weird too, people hating Clarence Thomas lately, or at least seem to have problems with him because he's conservative. Only cinema sold out. A weird name, cinema, right? Cinema. I don't know. Gallo likes her. I don't know about her, but AI in the time of loneliness. Let's hear what this Black Queen has to say. She's gonna be like, we're all feeling, because of the pandemic, it's like fucking 10 years later. I think we're all feeling a little bit lonely. Like, shut up. No, I mean, I get it, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. They're always talking about this stuff. It's okay to be alone. It's okay to be a childless loser. No, I'm just kidding, but I should not be talking, but that is funny though. I mean, you know, sure, you don't want people to be killing themselves, but still, it's like, Judy Bloom, puberty is such a dirty word to some people. Weird. Ew. I don't even know. The Florida book ban. Oh, Lord. Lordy Lou. Comedian teases DeSantis punchlines at White House correspondent. Well, I mean, whatever. It's a correspondent thing. Fucking, who cares? I don't know. Excuse me. Brittany Griner. Shut up. What is this? Yes, we're all being spied on. Now, here's some fear mongering, right? Look at that. We found it. With this frickin' chick. How classic is that? Isn't that classic? She's a black woman, so, you know, I trust her. It's just like anyone. Like, he's a white man. It is crazy how... Oh, well, maybe because it's true. I don't know. But they do their own kind of fear-mongering. But it's just not as blatantly, like, apocalyptic. I mean, when Trump was in office, sure, I bet we could find a lot of crazy stuff when Trump was in office, but nowadays, You just don't see it as much. Transgender Montana lawmaker reacts to calls for censure. Oh. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, she's got long hair and an earring, so. Supreme Court protects access to abortion pill. Pretty bad. Not like in this stuff right here. Bogus election claims. They get so scared about the election stuff. It's like it's a threat to our democracy. How I'd love to have a nickel for the amount of times I heard that. It's a threat to our democracy. Didn't the founding fathers say if there's tyranny to overthrow it? I mean, I'm not, whatever. I don't necessarily think there's a conspiracy either, but, Speaking of conspiracy, see pizza delivery guy take out suspect fleeing police. Pizza. Interesting. Speaking of, CNN panel cracks up over DeSantis' threat towards Disney. Pfft. Pizza. Pizza lovers. I'm just kidding, but so gross and evil. But talking about the Super Mario Brothers movie being good, whatever. Nice. It's probably it is good. Probably good. Now I'm skeptical, but it is probably good. Oh shit. Here, Michigan well, it's GOP chairs Beyonce paganism conspiracy theory from 2020. I mean, I don't like though that they are always very like belittling of the that's crazy, right? These crazy people. Really, right? I bet. Yeah, okay. Wow, that's hardcore. CNN Kvasio's Michigan GOP chair Christina Caramo has claimed in the past that Beyonce was secretly recruiting Black Americans to paganism through a new album, that demonic possession is real and transferred via intimate relationships. That's based in the kind of good, but it's scary though, and so people don't like it. I mean, you want to be careful not to overblow your claims or whatever, but I, I tend to believe some of this stuff. Yeah, this person goes, Karamo, they're Satanists, the satanic media. No, we're not. You're crazy. And there's a bunch of crying, laughing emojis, which is funny because I think she's either saying that because if she's doing that about them crying, laughing over it, then I literally was just saying that, right? She goes, "Stay on point, people." I mean, it's not surprising that. Ooh, amazing. Huh, that's beautiful. This amazing person goes, those with ears to hear, eyes to see, and heart to understand will understand. CNN repent. Christina contains the root of the word Christ in her name, not by chance, which I just was reading about recently. Einstein told you all that God does not play dice. To the love of all life and the liberation of mankind, in love we trust, a humble messenger, 777 son, Miguel Angel. Yo. Subscribed. I'm just kidding, but He doesn't have any content. He's got 1 subscriber. I'll tell you, buddy. I'll subscribe right now. No, if he doesn't have any content, I don't know if I'm going to subscribe to him. I mean. This person thinks this Karama person is a demon herself. Karama is exactly what demonic position manifests. A demon herself, she's actively demonizing others. I don't know. This person goes, some people who claim to be Christians are really believing more in Satan and demons than they believe in their Lord and Savior. Maximum cringe. I prefer to be agnostic with an atheist tendency. Huh. Interestingly based. Whew, this guy is very not based at all. He's a typical Christian. The Christian Taliban is destroying freedom in America. The Christian Taliban, all right. Jay-Z and Beyonce should sue this Christian witch for defamation. That's an oxymoron, right? I mean, hey, can't all be perfect, but that's literally an oxymoron. Anyway, so I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole here looking at this stuff, but there's one thing though. I don't like the belittling attitude they have towards, well, mostly when it gets spiritual, they try to counter what they see as fear mongering by just saying that people are crazy, and maybe they are, I don't know, but some of them definitely, sure, but you can't just, all you're doing though is providing ammo, right? It's they don't get that. They don't get the mindset, it's or they do, but and they're actively engaging in it. It doesn't seem like they do though, because all they're doing, I'm saying, is they're just creating more quote unquote conspiracy theorists, right? Because they just freaking, they're like, you guys are crazy, doo-doo. And it's just okay, well, now all you've done is make me double down. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm just saying, if I saw a CNN person be like, well, these things they do happen. It's not, you could spin it. You could be spiritual and spin it in the CNN friendly way, but they never even bother to do that. Why? Because it's the same thing. Because they don't want to change minds. Not really. I mean, the one thing that they have, or that they try to have, is by being kind of more reasonable or something. But in the end, if you start getting spiritual and moral and getting all up in that vibe, they'll be very quick to be judgmental and, It's funny. It goes into this thing of it's mental illness you don't like. You know what I mean? Okay, so think of it this way. If these people are just mentally ill, like you say, then why aren't you being understanding of them, right? Isn't mentally ill, don't they deserve to be treated with respect? It's well, they're not the good kind because they're trying to harm people, right? It's I hear you, but there's probably a lot of trans people who are trying to indoctrinate people. I'm not saying most. I don't think it's most of them. I do think it's a little overblown, but I'm just saying, you want to be even in it, then you want to, you know what I mean? Anyway, this was a little mean. I'm not trying to whatever be oh, they're mentally ill, but I'm saying, if you wanted to go in that direction, you easily could, right? And kind of be well, it's all just about what mental illness you are okay with being popular, right? So if people are, and again, no offense, but it's like if people are changing their genders left and right, you have no problem with that. Uh, I guess that's different though than talking to the kids. Whatever. This is why I'm not a political, but uh, like bear with me. Well, you get the idea. You get the point. It's not a groundbreaking point. It's just about this thing of like, well, right, if you're, and then if you go, it's more about the kid, this kids. It's like, first of all, they're changing your gender and everything, but then second of all, telling kids it's like normal or whatever, and even, well, maybe not necessarily good, but at least normalizing it and all of that, which I think maybe starts with decent intentions because, you know, whatever, you want people to be tolerant, but then it gets into this weird new realm of like over overly promoting it, right? And then it's like, well, hang on, we don't want to be overly promoting it. You just want to kind of be tolerant or whatever, right? People go too far. And I'm saying you can make that argument and just kind of be like, well, isn't that kind of mentally ill? Like, especially to be promoting it, especially to kids or whatever, right? And like, well, that's not harmful, but if you're talking about demons and stuff, then that's harmful. I mean, and I get how they blah blah blah. I get why they say it because yeah, if you're gonna start killing people, that's evil. But well, if I'm saying if you start believing that it's just Democrats and then you've got like crazy people who then wind up excusing evil, you know, I get it. That's why people don't they don't they don't let it slide or whatever. It's not just necessarily that they're scared, but they're also they think they're like preventing hate. Like look at how this person goes. She's a fascist who denies free and fair elections. She doesn't believe in science but does believe in demons. She wants to force her I don't know anything about this woman, but notice how immediately, right, after talking about demons, it becomes she wants to force her hateful theocratic worldview on all of us. This loon makes less sense than the homeless person shouting on the street corner. She's professional help and get the hell away from politics. Like honestly, maybe. But I mean, I don't know what the woman's politics are, but if you're talking about demons and stuff, it's not hateful, right? This person goes, now I see why a majority of Republicans vote against programs for mental illness because it's them who suffer from mental illness. Specifically, this woman spouting off ridiculous theories that are absolutely baseless. It's astonishing how gullible people can be to believe the least bit of her ignorant theories. Shaking head from this guy with crazy patterns in his head. No pun intended, but look at that. Look at this crazy freak. No, I'm just kidding. But yo, I love baseless. I love that word because it's like what to you would be baseful. If you're talking about demons and stuff, right? Like it's always going to be baseless to you. You know what I mean? Talk about angels, you know? I agree, there's not enough focus on the good. But you'd rather have none of that, right? It's like, you know, talk about how it's baseless. Absolutely ridiculous theories that are absolutely baseless. It's like, do you feel relieved or good by saying that? I'm sure, you know? I'm just saying what would be proof to you, you know? Like, because even if you saw an exorcism or something like that, it's still anecdotal. It's still anecdotal. Silly. Anyway, so it's always going to be baseless. Baseless this, baseless that. How about I'm going to blast the bass. I'm going to play some bass right now. Get baseful. Or get based. That's actually a lot better. That's what it is, being based. Yes. as you said that exactly, KP. Yeah, he goes exactly. Yes, great minds think alike, literally. Um, it's just funny because I was same time, man. Synchronicity, amazing. Um, so like, yeah, there was definitely way more out there about fear mongering stuff with Trump. Sure, like the world is ending and this and that because of Trump. Well, if you're thinking such as I could make one's an automaton just to wag fingers over at those people over there, fear mongering and dog whistling. Hmm. I'm not sure. Like, I mean, um, no, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't know if you were talking to me, but I don't know what, because like I feel like at least Tucker Carlson or something does a lot more of that kind of thing. But then CNN will wag the fingers because it's it's irresponsible or whatever it is. I mean, it's not to me necessarily that it's irresponsible. It just but it is feels like it gives into a spirit of fear, right? Which is not of God. But I don't know. I mean, I know that you have to be like vigilant, but I don't know. At least for me, it's not good. It's hard for me to be like super detached and just be like, oh, it's just the way it is. You know, I mean, Bobby says that he is like that. It's just an acceptance of reality. I mean, yeah, sure, but you don't have to have the titles be like that. If I don't know. We're headed to hell. It's like, really? I hope not, but I don't know that it seems always entirely like that. Like just as bad as they make it seem. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Hmm. Hillary questioned the. Yeah, yeah, yeah. True though. You gotta be. It's all about that though, being even standards. Doesn't mean Trump 101. The whole thing with the DNC and the Bernie Sanders and everything getting kicked out of there real quick. I don't know. It's all just political theater, but that is true. And you do want to try to focus on the people's actual arguments themselves as opposed to their character. That's true. I'm picking a bit of low hanging fruit here because I'm just not super political and I'm just kind of making some superficial judgments, I suppose. I mean, I've seen some clips of Tucker Carlson speaking, and like, I mean, he's not horrible. He just seems kind of douchey, so I just don't really like his attitude. But not liking his attitude doesn't mean he's wrong. I just feel like it's all political theater. I'm just a little bit jaded about it all. But that's just me personally. The Trump CNN telling you, yeah, I guess this is a thing. And exactly, you're not gonna like, come on. I'm not. This is the whole thing. It's like, don't tell me not to look behind the curtain. I'm just gonna peek harder, lol. Like, it's so stupid. It's like they do understand it and they continue to make that mistake, or they just don't understand it and continue to make that mistake. I don't know which is worse. It's probably worse if they actually know it because that just proves the point that they're just furthering division, right? But that's kind of where I'm at. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I hope not, but I do think some of it though comes from a genuine incredulousness, right? Like that's not beyond the pale, right? Especially when you're like a science nerd or whatever, right? But yeah, anti-science. There's another buzzword, anti-science. Like, oh no, leaves me right. Like nobody can say nobody has ever seen God, right? Well, those kinds of claims are just so hard to whatever substantiate. I mean, I believe people when they say that kind of thing. But dude, you don't even know what's going on. Someone has an experience. Maybe it was demonic. You know what I mean? Or maybe they really were crazy or on drugs, or freaking had a head injury. I don't know. Um, but I intend towards I mean, if someone's got some spiritual experience, if they say whatever, they talk to God or whatever, I mean, I'm interested to hear. I don't approach that with any kind of cynicism or skepticism, but it's just hard to, what is it, falsifiable claims or whatever, it's like, but I'm saying though, it's never going to be proof for anybody because it's all anecdotal but there are plenty of interesting, studies and things on faith healing and things of like just very interesting things about near death experiences, so many interesting things like how old people like old couples and stuff they'll always like die like very soon apart. It's like yeah, they're old but also they're like a married couple or something, right? It's sort of a tragic beautiful thing. And then there's also that thing of like the soul losing, you lose 7 pounds. They made a Will Smith movie over that. 7 pounds, your soul weight, which is actually amazing because seven, right? I'm sure, right? That's it's pseudoscience, whatever. But the thing of like the soul leaving the body and it actually has like weight to it, so you lose 7 pounds when you die. Just lots of stuff. This stuff persists. It's not baseless, right? Um, Miracles even like that actually do happen. As much as they want to be anti-miracle and it's all just there's reasons for everything. Sometimes it's stuff that really is just like not explainable. People miraculously healing and things like that from diseases and all of that kind of thing. I mean, they happen. It's what a sad thing though, right? To just kind of I mean, I understand the proclivity or whatever to be Mr. Reasonable Logic or whatever, but every now and then, right, there's a story like where you're just kind of like, that doesn't make any sense, right? It's like, why? Because God, And people don't like that because it's too simple, but why does it have to be anti-simple? Why does everything have to be fucking complex? It's not because it's like, it's not nuanced. It's just complexifying, complicating, you know? That's an interesting distinction. You can be nuanced and be sort of simple, right? Or keep it simple. Stupid, right? I'm talking about you, but certain others who are pushed in a certain direction and regurgitate BS yet act like they're not just by they're not just by pointing at others and acting hyper rational about it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've even had to be kind of mindful in my own life, especially lately. I've just been thinking, instead of just talking so much about good and everything, I definitely have to do more walk, like actually do more good. I mean, I guess doing stuff like the stream and everything is a start, but just all the deep stuff, just giving back to my family and just kind of, you know, being independent and whatnot. Those are the ways you can actually. Well, that's a big part of my recent vibe because I'm getting so hung up on this kind of culture war stuff, and it's like very much so not productive and positive for me, at least. Like, I like to think that I can be Mr. Political or whatever, but that's just I don't know. I get too like wound up and fucking anxious, kind of, and then depressed, and then no. Well, what happens is I get anxious, and then I get angry, and then I get depressed, and then I get isolated. Oh, it's so bad. Meanwhile, it's a beautiful sunny day out, and it's people talking, and it's no one's fucking even being crazy, or at least around here. I know I'm lucky and all of that, and Bobby, we were talking about this in the last stream. Whatever, right? I guess I'm pretty blessed, but it's just I don't know. I don't see it. You honestly, I'm just saying. You would think that people would be there's trans people cartwheeling outside and getting people getting abortions 5 times a week. It's like actually no. Like being a trans person is still very rare, and abortion is never good, and people know that. They just want to you know pay lip service to being open minded or whatever it is. It's freaking stupid, and it is kind of evil, but all you gotta do is poke and prod a little bit. I'm telling you, I don't know. I just don't know what. Oh shit, dude, this is that good stuff I love when people post stuff like this. You see that? That's that good right there. Starting posting the math codes to life. It's badass. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I don't know if are people still here? Hold on. I mean, I want to do the stream what a little typing session later and not be super exhausted or anything. So God, but you know how it is. Once I get going on here, I just don't even really want to stop. Because what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go like try to sleep. Oh God. I almost wish Eric I wish we could just do it right now. Eric, can we just do it now? Oh my God, just type me now. Here's this guy, this based king. And this will be the last, not the last thing necessarily tonight, but perfectly put. David McLean DAM recordings 4 weeks ago. Say stupid things, get on television. If you ever wonder why we are dumbing down, the highest rated dips on Fox told 3 billion in lies. I don't know if he's just crapping on Fox. Especially this guy looking like a neckbeard. Although I can't whatever, talk. Don't want to be judgmental. Oh no, he's not a neckbeard. He's just a hat wearing guy who makes ambient music and instrumental guitar tunes. That's cool. But I'm saying though, he's not wrong. I don't exactly get the highest rated dips on Fox. Yeah, I guess he's hating on the Fox News pundits. Cause who they got? CNN and all that. They got Don Lemon. Now he's out. They get Anderson Cooper. They don't have anyone. But it's true though. You say stupid things, you get on television, and we are all dumbing down. And it's like IQ is fucking low nowadays, man. Highest rated dips on Fox told 3 billion in lies. I mean, whatever about fucking Fox News, but it's all everywhere. Everyone's stupid. These crazy people talking about paganism. Yeah, whatever, dude. It's all real. Basically. Is what it is. What do you believe in, right? It's everything. But, don't want to be too crazy about it. I was amending my dog whistle comment, right? I don't know. What's up, Boba Fett? He's still here. You might be able to don't spoiler it for us, please. Segment could end up being the most popular premiere. Thanks, guys. That's encouraging. A little nerve wracking, but encouraging. Yeah. Well, because I get you guys, right? I mean, maybe not the whole of the TWFP audience, but the main players, you guys, my homies, for sure. That's at least what 10, 15 people. It probably will be kind of a pop-in premiere. But I appreciate that very much. I don't know what exactly I'm providing, but I hope it's good. It's like no, I don't know. Whatever, right? all I do is fucking spout off my opinions and talk with you guys, but I appreciate it. It's great to be popping off back on here. Yeah, he's like, KP goes, I was just going to say, it doesn't discourage you, lol. No, yeah, well, you know, it's a little, I don't really want a ton of people analyzing me, but, you know, whatever. I mean, I already put myself out there. It's just, well, you know, Eric, I mean, this will be the first thing I've done in like years that will, look at me right there. Hey, oh. I gotta change the thumbnails on these things. That's like the coolest picture of me in like years. But that's what I was gonna say is the Eric thing will probably be the most exposure I've gotten on anything in like 5 years max. Maybe the most ever. Not, maybe not ever. Certain music things that I did got some mild exposure, but um easily the most in a few years, you know, popping off on Eric's stream. Because, you know, Eric gets pretty decent views. Just the right amount of views, I will say, so that he's not co-opted by evil Hollyweird. Even though him and Rachel are in California. But it just goes to show, even if you're in freaking California and you stay, you know, independent, you're freaking not co-opted, basically. You're not co-opted. That's all it takes. And then you're not co-signing the same agendas as everyone else, which is very refreshing and good. And that's really all it takes to get even some whatever, you know, audience or whatever. I just don't like the cheap tactics of like Dilbert guy. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, all right, we get it. You're a warrior. You know, how about you do something good? Not talking about how we have to get away from black people. You know what I mean? Like, that's, talk about discouraging. It's too late. I don't like that. I mean, it's pessimistic, but is it even realistic? Right? It's like, I'm sorry. I just don't know. I think there really is a vested interest in just like keeping people fucking afraid and just like it's always gonna just keep getting worse. But I don't know. I really could just be projecting my own little fears because it's like I said, I am not as good as I wish at being sort of detached. You know, that's almost why I wish I was ENTP, or I could be, but well, Eric is funny like that too. He was just talking about he can't stand like sort of disturbing movies and things, you know? Who knows? I mean, it would be strange if I was FI polar, but you could probably make a case for it just like you would with anything else. You know, maybe that's why I'm sensitive to it, right? It gets me too FI fired up. Ha ha ha. It really does though. I act all like chill on here, but in my regular, well, relatively chill, right? For the chill island. But in my real life, it's not really good. It's not a good look. I get sort of noited. Yo, why? I'm trying to get the northern lights back up. Hold on. Yes, 9 p.m. Oh, what up, Eric? Oh, nice. You said he was awake? Oh my gosh. Hey, Eric, is there any chance that you might want to do the typing session like now? Just because I'm on a roll. It's fine, obviously, if not. I just, I'm in like a nice nice and awake and everything. But for you, it might be not ideal. So I don't mind doing it later. I'm kind of, I'm sprightly right now. Um, where's the, I'm just trying to get the, oh, hell yeah, Eric. That would be so awesome. That would be literally perfect. All right. So, all right. Fuck this. I'm gonna stop the stream. I was gonna get the background back up, but no, let's just do it now. That would be really great. Um, because I'm kind of just like warmed up and ready to fire off the goodness. I don't know if you wanna what your situation is. Boba Fett really wants it live, but I don't. I think that it's the same as everyone else, right? We'll do it and then premiere it. But if you want to do it live, I'm down. Okay, so I just have to join the link. Sweet, it's awesome. Yeah, because I'm just going to grab a coffee and then hop on this Google Meetup thing. Yeah, I don't even know what you guys like. I mean, what Eric's. I mean, Eric doesn't really do them live, so you know, we'll probably post it this weekend or something, right? So you know, I'm also I think gonna turn on the lights down here a little, get it a little brighter. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. I will open it up on here. I think I'm gonna end this stream for now, and you guys can keep an eye out for the amazing type session that's finally going down. Very awesome. We're gonna do it now. Finally pop off here. I am going to grab a coffee, turn the lights on, and pop on to this link now. So thank you guys for being here. Gonna go do this session with Eric now finally. So keep an eye out for that. We'll probably have it up this weekend or something like that whenever Eric wants to post that, do a premiere or something like that. So thanks for watching, guys. It's great to be back on. I'll expect some more streams these days, kind of get back on, do some summer streaming sessions. And all right, homies. I will. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this going here. All right.